В поисках смысла, в борьбе между добром и злом мы идем по пути, который освещает нам вера. Соединяя культуры и традиции, объединяя народы. Группа стратегического видения «Россия-Исламский мир».
Начало 2000-х. Президент страны утверждает обновленную концепцию внешней политики России. Главная особенность – ставка на многополярную систему международных отношений, многовекторность и сбалансированность. 2002 впервые в практике новейшей истории России в Министерстве иностранных дел начинает работу специальная группа по отслеживанию влияния исламского фактора на мировую политику. Образ будущего, предлагаемый исламским миром, все более ощутимо влияет на повестку международных отношений.
Я был свидетелем, как это зарождалось. Президент Путин в 2003 году посетил Малайзию для участия в 10-й встрече глав государств и правительств Организации Исламской конференции. А перед этим президент был в Нью-Йорке, где я тогда еще работал постоянным представителем, и в ходе пребывания советовался по вопросу о том, стоит ли откликнуться на предложение руководства Малайзии в то время, которое проводило очередную встречу в верхах. Я сказал, что, безусловно, это будет соответствовать многовекторности нашей внешней политики и ее открытости для наращивания партнерства.
Во время рабочего визита в Малайзию Владимир Путин на 10-м саммите стран Организации Исламской конференции заявляет, участие России в деятельности организации необходимо.
Убежден, участие России не только дополнит яркую палитру организации, оно добавит в ее работу новые возможности, привнесет вес и голос крупной российской мусульманской общественности. Общины, которая уже не отделяет себя от мирового сообщества мусульман и готова к плодотворному участию в его духовной, культурной, политической жизни.
Россию услышали и приняли. Большинство стран организации одобрили это предложение. Особую роль в этом сыграл и бывший в то время премьер-министр Малайзии Махатхир Мохаммад.
If we stay apart and we confront each other, it may lead to violence and wars. But when we are able to sit around the table and discuss our problem, we can resolve our problem without resorting to violence. So I welcome Russia's interest and participation in the activities of the Islamic world.
Это стало началом нового большого пути на восток, который, как подтвердило время, оказался верным. 30 июня 2005 года министр иностранных дел России Сергей Лавров делает заявление о том, что наша страна – великая евразийская держава и неотъемлемая часть христианского и исламского мира. Российская Федерация получает статус страны-наблюдателя при организации Исламской конференции.
Необходимо было уже системно работать с исламским миром. И вот пришла идея о необходимости создания рабочей группы стратегического видения «Россия-Исламский мир».
Меньше чем через год проходит первое заседание группы стратегического видения «Россия-Исламский мир». Москва. Председателей двое. Выдающийся российский государственный и общественный деятель, дипломат Евгений Примаков и первый президент Татарстана Минтимир Шаймиев.
Первая причина, которая объединяет нас всех, это понимание одной из самых главных опасностей в сегодняшнем мире, его раздела по религиозно-цивилизационному признаку. Точнее, на две части – не мусульманскую и мусульманскую. Вторая причина создания нашей группы – нацеленная на диалог между российскими и ведущими зарубежными исламскими представителями в особом этнорелигиозном положении России. В ней проживает 20 с лишним миллионов мусульман. И это не иммигранты, как во многих западных странах, а органичная часть коренного населения.
Этот шаг, предпринятый и осуществленный по личной инициативе президента России Владимира Владимировича Путина, имел исключительно важное значение для нашей страны. Он поднимал на принципиально новый уровень статус наших отношений с исламским миром, расширял рамки сотрудничества со странами Востока. И было очень важно выбрать правильный путь сближения с Востоком, задать верный тон в этом важном диалоге, изучить друг друга. Для этого по инициативе Владимира Владимировича Путина была создана международная группа стратегического ведения «Россия-Исламский мир». В начале 2006 года меня пригласили войти в эту группу. И мы с Евгением Максимовичем Примаковым стали сопредседателями этой группы.
Казань принимает второе заседание группы. Итоговое коммюнике говорит: созданное развивается.
Приняли заявление группы и Казанскую декларацию. В декларации мы подчеркнули, что важным является информирование мировой общественности о принципах и ценностях ислама и предложили включить программы образовательных учреждений курсы истории религии. Третье заседание группы прошло в Турции, в Стамбуле, в феврале 2007 года.
После третьего заседания средства массовой информации в один голос будут твердить: Россия перешла к реализации конкретных планов. И это сближение с исламским миром станет еще более ощутимым. Следом заседание в Джидде в составе группы уже более 20 известных деятелей мусульманского мира. Стратегическое видение расширило и финансово-экономическое взаимодействие. Казань саммит «Новая страница». В публичном поле начинают звучать понятия исламские финансы, партнерский банкинг, индустрия халяль. Для такого взаимодействия начинает готовиться основа. Группа стратегического видения перезапускает формат деятельности в 2014 году. По поручению Владимира Путина ее возглавляет президент Республики Татарстан Рустам Минниханов. Акценты на финансово-экономическом и инвестиционном взаимовыгодном сотрудничестве, межкультурном диалоге, развитии молодежной дипломатии.
Что такое исламский мир? Это 1 700 000 000 человек в мире, которые проповедуют ислам. Что такое ислам для России? Это более 20 миллионов жителей, граждан нашей страны, которые проповедуют ислам. И наш президент Владимир Путин это очень четко понимает, и в этом направлении те шаги, которые предпринимаются руководством страны, они объяснимы и очень понятны и дают свой результат.
Взаимодействие простирается и на сферу единого понимания исламских традиций. На древней земле, где 1100 лет назад официально был принят ислам, народами Волжской Булгарии закладывают фундамент возрождения мусульманской богословской школы. Появляется учебное заведение, которое вносит серьезный вклад в развитие системы религиозного образования и готовит докторов и магистров исламских наук.
Сейчас мы видим, что есть конкретные шаги, особенности после посещения президента нашей страны арабских стран. То есть за один день он посетил и Арабские Эмираты, и Саудовскую Аравию. То есть мы видим, что это направление будет меняться. А началось это все с работы, с огромной работы, совместной работы и религиозных деятелей, и руководства нашей страны. И это было доверено президенту, сейчас раису нашей республики Рустаму Нургалевичу Минниханову.
Булгарская исламская академия. Это еще начальный период ее становления. Академия просто так быстро не становится. Но ее создание говорит о том, что у нас трехуровневый курс образования, подготовки кадров сейчас уже есть. И пройдут нас Бог, иншаллах. Время, когда эта академия укрепится, и связь со всеми исламскими университетами в нашей стране и с другими учебными заведениями окрепнет, и подготовка кадров будет очень на достойном уровне.
2019 становится годом концептуального изменения приоритетов. Деятельность группы стратегического видения развивается в новых направлениях. На новом уровне выстраивается работа с федеральными органами власти.
Включили в состав в лице глав регионов, республик, в которых проживает население, в большинстве которых имеет отношение к исламской, мусульманской культуре. Это Башкортостан, это Дагестан, Карачаево-Черкесия, Кабардино-Балкария, Крым, Чечня. Там. Все эти главы вошли в состав нашей группы. Из федеральных органов власти мы, обратившись, подключили к нашей работе специалистов, людей, которые в этой сфере прекрасно понимают задачи, стоящие перед внешней политикой нашего государства. Активизировали подключение людей в состав и зарубежной насчет нашей общественности. В первую очередь наладили контакты активно.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to invite Kamil Hazrat Samigulin, Mufti of the Spiritual Board of Muslims of the Republic of Tatarstan for the Quranic recitation.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما ويهديك صراطا مستقيما ويهديك صراطا مستقيما ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا صدق الله العظيم.
Ladies and gentlemen, to chair the session, please welcome His Excellency Rustam Nurgalievic Minangkhanov, Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan and Chairman of the Strategic Vision Group.
Бисмиллахир-рахманир-рахим. Ассаламу алейкум ва рахматуллахи ва баракатух. Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, уважаемые участники заседания, Кадар Дуслар, рад приветствовать вас на заседании группы стратегического видения «Россия-Исламский мир» в Малайзии. Мы признательны зарубежным и российским коллегам за вклад в развитие сотрудничества по линии группы. Хочу от имени всех участников и гостей нашего заседания выразить огромную благодарность премьер-министру Малайзии, его превосходительству господину Анвару Ибрагиму за оказанный теплый прием и гостеприимство, организации заседания группы стратегического видения «Россия-Исламский мир» в Куала-Лумпуре, создание прекрасных условий для нашей работы и личного участия в заседании группы. Это большая честь для всех нас. Хочу также поблагодарить вас, уважаемый премьер-министр, за участие в саммите БРИКС в Казани высокой малайзийской делегации во главе с министрами экономики вашей страны, господином Рафизи Рамли. Мы признательны за большую работу по подготовке к заседанию группы Министерству иностранных дел Российской Федерации и посольству России в Куала-Лумпуре, Малайзийским министерством, ведомством, нашему партнеру Международному исламскому университету Малайзии и всем другим коллегам. И, конечно же, разрешите огласить приветствие президента Российской Федерации Владимира Владимировича Путина. Участникам мероприятия группы «Стратегическое видение Россия-Исламский мир». Дорогие друзья, приветствую вас по случаю открытия очередного заседания группы «Стратегическое видение Россия-Исламский мир», которое в этот раз проходит на гостеприимной земле Малайзии. Российская Федерация традиционно придает большое значение развитию дружественных связей с мусульманскими странами как по двухсторонней линии, так и в рамках диалога с Организацией исламского сотрудничества. Важно, что в нынешней непростой международной ситуации наши позиции по актуальным вопросам региональной и глобальной повестки дня во многом близки. Это подтверждает и тема нынешнего заседания группы «Взаимодействие России и исламского мира в эпоху формирующейся многополярности». Действительно, мы вместе выступаем за построение справедливого демократического миропорядка, основывающего на подлинном равенстве и верховенстве международного права, свободного от любых форм дискриминации, диктата и санкционного давления. В ходе заседания предстоит рассмотреть широкий круг вопросов. Особое внимание традиционно заслуживает проблематика урегулирования региональных конфликтов и кризисов, а также борьба с террористической угрозой. Важно подумать и о координации усилий в сферах образования и просвещения в целях более эффективного противодействия распространению экстремистской идеологии. В целом убежден, что вы проведете конструктивные, содержательные дискуссии, а выдвинутые группой идеи и инициативы будут способствовать дальнейшему развитию взаимовыгодного сотрудничества между нашими странами. Желаю вам успехов и всего самого доброго. Владимир Владимирович Путин. Мы признательны, Владимир Владимирович, за поддержку и высокую оценку нашей работы. Встреча группы стратегического видения России «Исламский мир» в Малайзии обусловлена важностью участия этой страны в процессе создания устойчивого многополярного миропорядка. Большой позитивной ролью Малайзии и его руководства в исламском мире и сотрудничестве с Россией. Именно в Куала-Лумпуре в 2003 году президент Российской Федерации Владимир Владимирович Путин заявил о намерении России выступить в организации исламской конференции в качестве наблюдателя. В нашей стране проживает более 20 миллионов мусульман, а ислам является важной частью многонационального и многоконфессионального российского общества. Мы рады, что с 2005 года Российская Федерация как наблюдатель и его регион активно участвует в работе Организации исламского сотрудничества. В этом году я сам имел честь возглавить российскую делегацию на саммите Организации исламского сотрудничества в Гамбии. Тема нашего сегодняшнего заседания – взаимодействие России и исламского мира в эпоху формирующегося многополярности. Планируется осветить ряд важных моментов, которые отвечают современным вызовам и актуальным вопросам, включая анализ итогов 16-го саммита БРИКС в Казани, а также обсудить основные направления развития сотрудничества в сферах обеспечения безопасности, экономики и исламских финансов. В ходе встречи мы обменяемся мнениями по основной тематике форума, заслушаем доклады участников и почетных гостей, подготовим экспертные предложения по итогам обсуждения. Хочу предоставить слово нашему почетному гостю, премьер-министру Малайзии, его превосходительству господину Анвару Ибрагиму.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله الذي أنزل على عبده الكتاب ولم يجعل له عوجا. وأصلي وسلم على رسوله الكريم وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Hadrat Rais, my brother, Tatarstan, Rustam Minikhanov, fellow ministers present, Ambassador Muhammad Salah from OIC, ulama and guests present, thank you very much for honoring us by your presence. In 2003, President Vladimir Putin here in Malaysia suggested the involvement, a more active involvement of the Russian Federation with the Islamic world in a special OIC conference here. And since then, I think through the office of Rais of Tatarstan, we have seen numerous efforts to strengthen that sort of collaboration. So, may I express my profound gratitude personally to Rais, my dear brother, and fellow delegates for honoring us and hopefully, inshallah, fruitful deliberations. Of course, as in the initial remark by President Putin to us and followed by Rais, this is a very challenging circumstances we are facing. We are confident that through effective collaboration among nations, Muslim countries and friendly other countries, we should forge a new understanding in alliance. That is why Malaysia opted to be part and parcel of the BRICS initiative. And again, thank you, Rais of Tatarstan, for hosting the conference. And we take great importance to this sort of collaboration to show that we can assert our rights independently in what we consider as a multipolarity environment. Now, Russia has a rich history, and the enduring engagement with the Islamic world is nothing new. There were difficulties, and I am a great admirer of Russian novels, as I've said in Vladivostok in front of the president. For example, Leo Tolstoy's Haji Murad shows his empathy, understanding, and remarkable appreciation of the sentiments expressed in Tatarstan. And that's when I learned the three Tatars, strong, tough, and is being able to withstand the pressures, the tortures, the others' calamities, and that reflects the sentiment, the aspirations of the people of Tatarstan in particular, and of course in the personality of the Rais, tough and effective. Now, but we still have problems. That's why this sort of engagement is important. We thought that with development, with progress, with knowledge, we'll have more wisdom. We have more tolerance between Muslim, of course in the Muslim world, between religious leaders of various denominations. And we believe this can happen. But this is not the case. This is a period of great tragedies befalling humanity at large, and in Muslims in particular. From Gaza, from parts of Europe, the rise of fascism, racism, the intolerance, the dehumanizing actions, atrocities perpetrated on people, not only in Palestine and Gaza in particular, but also in many parts of the world. Our duty is, of course, to promote this sort of new understanding of tolerance, of tasamuh, of rahmah and ihsan and humanity, because that's what Islam stands for. And it's important that we use these sort of conferences to reflect that sort of message. Malaysia is an independent country, have decided firmly now, more so, to maintain a very independent stance, fiercely independent. That's why we have chosen to interact both in the West and the East, and to remain consistent in our issues, on issues of humanity and justice. And this collaboration between Russia and the Muslim world, to me, is not merely political. It must be also firmly be based on economic collaboration, as BRICS initiative has shown, but also deeply cultural, because it is forged through centuries of interaction and exchange. But as I've said, the challenges are there and real. Islamophobia remains a persistent and pernicious issue, manifesting across continents and cultures. In Europe, for example, despite its progressive ideals of liberté, fraternité, égalité, slogan during the French Revolution, but in recent years have witnessed a troubling rise in targeted acts against Muslim communities. Mosques have been desecrated. Here in Malaysia, we have a small case of an attempt by some Muslim fanatics to desecrate a church. We were swift. the ulama, the political leaders are swift in condemning this, taking action against the perpetrators, because that is our Islamic belief and national ideology. More than 2 decades ago, we found a Hindu temple being desecrated. The moment we took over as the government in that particular state, we resolved to rebuild the temple out of our recognition that every single citizen has a right to practice their faith. What we are calling for is a consistent, coherent message by other countries. We want to have a showcase that we are tolerant. This is a Muslim majority country. Islam is the religion of the federation. We take all measures possible to make sure that Muslims adhere to their faith. Istajibu lillah walir rasul idha da'akum lima yuhyikum. But at the same time, we show extreme tolerance and patience and respect for the dignity of men and women of all faith. This is a message, I think it is relevant and pertinent, not only for the Muslim world, but for the international community. In North America, the shadow of global conflicts has intensified suspicion and mistrust towards Muslims. Hate crimes have surged in countries where there is so much sophistication, so much access to knowledge, but troubling link between international events and local prejudices. Social media, while a powerful connector, has often amplified Islamophobic sentiment. They have enabled the spread of false narratives at the speed of light. So we have to deal with the issue of Islamophobia, including this conference, towards inclusivity and understanding. Governments must introduce and enforce anti-discrimination laws. And civil society, religious leaders, media platforms have a role in challenging stereotypes and fostering dialogue. I referred to and alluded to earlier on the issue of the need to forge better, effective economic collaboration, not only through BRICS, but through our interaction, our efforts, so that no society will be left behind. We have embarked on a robust ecosystem of Sharia-compliant institutions driving financial innovation in banks, in takaful. And I believe in the effort of the Rais and Russia to interact and to be able to introduce these sort of instruments, because with the strength, experience, and technology in Russia, you could probably assist, complement and assist, and even enhance the capacity, effectiveness of these economic institutions, Islamic economic institutions. Now, without emphasizing oil and gas, of course, the forte of the Rais. I'm not going to compete on that because that's spectacular in terms of their capability and their investment in that field. But I would touch also on the issue of agriculture. Russia, in the last few years, has made an unprecedented, remarkable progress in terms of becoming a leading grain producer and exporter, and assisting in the global food security challenges. And I think, Rais, we should then allow for this sort of engagement from Islamic da'wah to economic pursuit and strengthen food supply chains, because through that we will effectively fight hunger and poverty. There's no reason in the countries, in Muslim countries, to pride of ourselves about truth and justice and the value of Islam, at the same time having to grapple with basic problems of poverty, hunger, and endemic issues affecting housing and other health issues. Education and research, where Russia has a reputation for excellence in STEM, aligns naturally with the aspirations of many Muslim countries. So we in Malaysia in the last few years have embarked more aggressively into the Russian-Malaysian high-tech center and collaboration in all fields. And I believe this partnership should transcend other issues. I can't end my speech without referring to the issue of Palestine. It's a tragedy of the century. The genocide continues with impunity. This sign of barbarism in this period and age is sickening for us to observe and see on a daily basis children and women and their property plundered. I've said in Rio during the G20 summit, in the presence of the President of the United States and many European leaders too, that the United Nations was set up as a body of independent nations against colonialism. In Muslim countries, the fight against colonial masters were merely by the Muslim groups. The battle against imperialism is part and parcel of the Muslim struggle of the last century. But now the world seems to condone and accept colonialism. You colonize Palestine. You plundered their property. You squandered their wealth. And you dispossessed their land, property, and life. And the world seems to be silent and so the moral fabric of global community is gone. Why talk about morality? Why preach about democracy and human rights? I've taken a position refusing to listen to the hectoring and lectures about human rights and democracy by Western leaders. Because clearly there is a disconnect, to use a polite term, hypocrisy, to use the right term. And may we seek Allah's help and blessing, and through our efforts of effective collaboration, to state our stand and preserve the right of others. There, of course, concerning development in Syria, we are monitoring this on a daily basis. We call for a peaceful transition that respects Syria's various communities. Sectarian divides must be rejected, and unity must be embraced as a guiding principle for rebuilding the nation. And we have a duty to support an independent and united Syria. Rais, ladies and gentlemen, the journey towards a more equitable and multipolar world demands conviction and unity. This meeting is not merely an opportunity for dialogue, but a call to action. It is an opportunity to fulfill our amanah. Let us deepen our partnership, transform our discussions into meaningful actions and reaffirm our commitment to adl, peace, and ihsan. I thank also the International Islamic University Malaysia for leading this effort. It is a definitive act of realizing IIU's vision for the betterment of the Ummah. Thank you again for your participation and for the initiative taken by the Rais and the Russian Federation. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Большое спасибо, Ваше Превосходительство, за выступление, внимание и поддержку. Высоко ценим ваш вклад в работу группы. Уважаемые участники заседания, многополярность сегодня – это не только просто политологический термин, это объективная реальность. К сожалению, мир в очередной раз в своей истории потерял устойчивость. Планетой все больше стали управлять кризисы, давление, санкции, войны. Проблема стран Ближнего Востока и Африки, Палестины, Йемена, Украины, Тайваня и многие другие горячие точки – результат неправомерного вмешательства коллективного Запада. Мы видим, что эскалация в зоне Палестино-израильского конфликта ведет к катастрофическим последствиям для всего Ближнего Востока, втягивая в воронку противостояния все большее число стран. Путь к нормализации в данном регионе хорошо известен. Это прекращение кровопролития, создание условий для политического урегулирования на общепризнанной международно-правовой основе и образование независимого палестинского государства. Сегодня, к сожалению, в попытке сохранить свое влияние и баланс коллективный Запад использует шантаж, санкции, воровство активов, свое монопольное положение на мировом рынке и необеспеченный бумажный доллар в качестве оружия пытается переформатировать международные отношения в свою пользу, изобретая новые формы современного неоколониализма, в первую очередь в отношении глобального юга. Много говорящий о свободе слова Запад на практике демонстрирует нетерпимость к любой альтернативной точке зрения. Все больше и чаще черное выдается за белое, мужчина за женщину, ложь и несправедливость за добро и демократию. А международное право подменяется системой правил в интересах определенной группы стран. Это тупиковый путь, который вредит всему миру. Нужна альтернативная повестка, которая сохранит мир и стабильность на планете, позволит странам гармонично и свободно развиваться, создавать равные конкурентные условия, а также новые возможности для всех государств, наций и народов. Надеемся, что совместными усилиями всех здоровых сил и народов удастся сформировать правильный вектор развития человечества, направленный на взаимовыгодное сотрудничество на основе равенства, справедливости и национальных традиций и ценностей. Важным вкладом в этот процесс и выработку необходимых решений стало председательство Российской Федерации в объединении БРИКС, а также 16-й саммит БРИКС и БРИКС плюс Аутрич, который в октябре текущего года прошел в Татарстане, в городе Казани. Организованный под председательством президента России Владимира Владимировича Путина и проходивший под девизом укрепления многосторонности для справедливого глобального развития и безопасности, Казанский саммит стал ярким мировым событием, который открыл новую страницу международных отношений. Его участники обсудили ключевые международные проблемы с акцентом на ситуацию на Ближнем Востоке, сотрудничество стран БРИКС и глобального юга в интересах инклюзивного устойчивого развития. По итогам работы страны-участницы приняли Казанскую декларацию, фактически дорожную карту многополярного мира. Дни саммита в Казань посетили руководители и делегации 36 государств и 6 международных организаций, в том числе генеральный секретарь Организации Объединенных Наций. 24 страны были представлены своими лидерами. Такие масштабы наглядно говорят об авторитете и роли БРИКС в современном мире, а также о растущем интересе к взаимодействию со странами многих государств. Так уже свыше 30 стран изъявили желание присоединиться к работе объединения. По итогам саммита в Казани 13 стран получили статус государств-партнеров БРИКС. С удовлетворением отмечу, что 3 ведущие страны, исламские страны, Египет, Иран, Объединенные Арабские Эмираты, сегодня являются членами БРИКС. Всего в мероприятиях саммита участвовали лидеры и представители 16 мусульманских государств, членов Организации исламского сотрудничества. По итогам Казанского саммита партнерами объединения стали еще 5 исламских стран, в том числе и Малайзия. Это, безусловно, подчеркивает рост влияния политических и экономических возможностей исламских государств. Сегодня БРИКС – это свыше 30% территории мира, более 45% мирового населения, порядка 38% валового внутреннего продукта страны объединения. Это бывает 40% нефти, осуществляет порядка четверти мирового экспорта товаров. Интерес БРИКС постоянно растет, его участники – драйверы мирового экономического роста. При этом БРИКС – это не объединение против кого-то и не попытка подменить Организацию Объединенных Наций. Это, прежде всего, новые возможности в интересах стран-участниц и устойчивого развития планеты. Здесь очень важным является дальнейшее укрепление взаимодействия России с мусульманскими странами и Организацией исламского сотрудничества. Наша группа будет активно способствовать данным процессам, готовить свои экспертные предложения. Сегодня многим странам исламского мира, к сожалению, приходится сталкиваться с такими непростыми вызовами, как распространение радикального экстремизма и терроризма, политическая нестабильность и вооруженные конфликты, экономические проблемы, высокая безработица и неравенство, сохранение исламских ценностей и идентичности в условиях глобализации, недостаточное развитие образования и науки, негативные стереотипы и исламофобия. Все это требует внимания и усилий со стороны исламских лидеров и международного сообщества. Российская Федерация предлагает исламскому миру равноправные отношения, дипломатические разрешения конфликтов, торгово-экономические и инвестиционные сотрудничества, культурные, образовательные, молодежные программы, совместную работу в сфере науки, высоких технологий, спорта и туризма. Данные направления призваны не только способствовать укреплению отношений между Россией и исламским миром, но и содействовать устойчивому развитию международной безопасности. Здесь мы видим большие возможности Малайзии, которая играет важную роль в исламском мире по ряду аспектов. Предстоящий председатель страны в 2025 году в АСЕАН несомненно будет способствовать укреплению региональной безопасности, поступательному взаимодействию в сфере экономики и социально-культурного сотрудничества. Надеемся, что российско-малайзийские связи также получит свое дальнейшее развитие. Наша группа будет активно содействовать этой работе. Значимый фактор укрепления отношений России и стран Организации исламского сотрудничества – международные молодежные связи. Данную работу мы ведем вместе с молодежным форумом Организации исламского сотрудничества. Детские и молодежные проекты, в основе которых дружба и общие ценности, со временем становятся основой для построения многополярного и устойчивого мира. Этому способствует деятельность общероссийского движения детей и молодежи «Движение первых» по развитию международной сети школьных клубов дипломатии. Благодаря им подростки из разных стран знакомятся с культурой и традициями друг друга, практикуют язык, находят новых друзей. Сегодня это уже более 200 школ из 20 стран мира, в том числе 10 школ Малайзии. И, конечно же, хочу поблагодарить уважаемого господина премьер-министра за поддержку. Опыт реализации молодежной политики Малайзии во многом уникален. Национальный молодежный совет, который в свое время возглавил господин Анвар Ибрагим, эффективный механизм воспитания патриотов и подготовки управленцев для страны. Уверен, сегодня в рамках посещения Международного молодежного центра нам удастся ближе познакомиться с вашим опытом и наметить планы укрепления сотрудничества. Уважаемые коллеги, Татарстан был одним из инициаторов создания группы стратегического видения «Россия-Исламский мир». Проведена большая работа по укреплению связи нашей страны с исламскими государствами. Ежегодно при поддержке Организации исламского сотрудничества мы проводим Международный экономический форум «Россия, Исламский мир, Казань форум». В текущем году в нем приняли участие свыше 20 тысяч человек, представителей из 87 стран мира. В дни форума проходят ежегодные заседания группы стратегического видения «Россия, Исламский мир». Кроме того, у нас проводится Казанский глобальный молодежный саммит с участием министров по делам молодежи и молодых лидеров стран Организации исламского сотрудничества. Будем рады видеть вас и ваши делегации на этих мероприятиях и в следующем году. Уважаемые участники заседания, хотел бы предоставить слово заместителю министра иностранных дел Российской Федерации Андрею Юрьевичу Руденко.
Большое спасибо, уважаемый премьер-министр, уважаемый председатель группы стратегического видения «Россия. Исламский мир», раис Республики Татарстан Рустам Нургалиевич, уважаемые участники заседания, дамы и господа. Прежде всего, разрешите от имени Министерства иностранных дел Российской Федерации выразить благодарность правительству Малайзии, а также правительству Татарстана за организацию сегодняшнего заседания, а также передать слова приветствия и наилучшие пожелания всем сегодняшним участникам от министра иностранных дел Российской Федерации Сергея Лаврова. Дорогие друзья, за годы своей деятельности группа стратегического видения «Россия. Исламский мир» зарекомендовала себя как уникальная площадка, которая дает возможность видным представителям России, мусульманского мира вести поиск решения проблем, которые являются предметом нашей общей озабоченности. Россия – это крупнейшая евразийская держава, государство, цивилизация со значительной долей мусульманского населения, традиционно поддерживает честные и взаимоуважительные отношения со всеми исламскими странами. Нас объединяет твердая приверженность культурно-цивилизационной самобытности народов мира, их естественному праву самим определять пути своего развития и свою жизнь в целом. Абсолютное большинство мусульманских государств Азии и Африки – это наши давние друзья. Мы приветствуем повышение их роли в мировых делах, интерес к участию в урегулировании проблем глобального уровня, в том числе в рамках Лиги арабских государств, Совета сотрудничества арабских государств Персидского залива, а также Организации исламского сотрудничества. Символичное подключение в этом году сразу 4 стран исламского мира, а именно Египта, Ирана, Объединенных Арабских Эмиратов, Саудовской Аравии, к работе БРИКСа. Рассчитываем на плотную координацию по линии этого объединения с Малайзией, которая приобретает статус государства-партнера. Уверены, что сотрудничество в рамках БРИКС укрепит позиции Малайзии в международных делах. Российско-малайзийские отношения в последнее время демонстрируют высокую динамику. Прежде всего, это касается политического диалога на высшем и высоком уровне. Среди последних контактов встречи президента России Путина с премьер-министром Малайзии господином Анваром Ибрагимом во Владивостоке на полях Восточного экономического форума, рабочий визит министра иностранных дел Лаврова в июле сего года в Куала-Лумпур, состоявшееся в октябре заседание совместной комиссии по экономическому и торговому сотрудничеству в Петербурге. Мы плотно координируем наши позиции с Малайзией на международной арене. Наше взаимодействие с Куала-Лумпуром – это пример честного межгосударственного общения на фоне турбулентности в международной обстановке. Положение дел в мире действительно не становится более стабильным и предсказуемым, а напротив, действия ряда стран Запада свидетельствуют о том, что ставка делается на силу, на изоляцию отдельных стран, включая Россию, как препятствие для сохранения своей глобальной гегемонии. Тревожные тенденции наблюдаются и в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе, куда Запад пытается привнести логику блокового противостояния. Крайне сложной остается ситуация на Ближнем Востоке. В результате варварских действий израильской армии в секторе Газа по-прежнему массово гибнут мирные жители. Ширятся масштабы гуманитарной катастрофы. Трагедия в Газе и на Ближнем Востоке осложняется последними событиями в Сирии, которые могут иметь самые непредсказуемые негативные последствия для этого региона. Мы убеждены, что нормализацию в зоне Палестино-израильского конфликта и на всем Ближнем Востоке может обеспечить только реализация утвержденной в ООН формулы урегулирования, которая предусматривает создание независимого палестинского государства в границах 1967 года со столицей в Восточном Иерусалиме. Россия последовательно выступает за формирование более справедливого, демократичного, многополярного миропорядка, который опирается на принципы Устава ООН во всей их полноте и взаимосвязанности. Усилия нашей страны направлены на повышение качества экономического развития и создание условий для мирного разрешения существующих конфликтов. Призываем совместно подумать о создании прочной системы безопасности как в Евразии, так и в Азиатско-Тихоокеанском регионе. Основными чертами такой системы должны стать соблюдение фундаментальных принципов неделимости безопасности, суверенного равенства государств, неуязвимость внешнему диктату, наличие возможностей всестороннего развития для всех. Как представляется, поиск ответов на стоящие перед нами вызовы стоит рассматривать как часть совместных усилий, предпринимаемых в рамках группы стратегического видения «Россия-Исламский мир». В заключение хотел бы пожелать всем участникам группы успешной работы, направленной на достижение наших общих благородных целей. Спасибо за внимание.
Признательны за поддержку Министерства иностранных дел, за ваше участие в заседании, уважаемый Андрей Юрьевич. Спасибо. Слово генеральному директору Организации исламского сотрудничества по политическим вопросам господину Мухаммеду Салаху Текаю.
Thank you, Mr. President. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين
Excellency Mr. Rustam Minikhanov, Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, Chairman of the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia-Islamic World, the Honorable Dato Seri Anwar bin Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia, distinguished ulamas and participants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I have the honor to deliver the following statement on behalf of His Excellency Hussein Ibrahim Taha, Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Excellency Mr. Rustam Minikhanov, Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, Chairman of the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia-Islamic World, the Honorable Dato Seri Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia, distinguished participants. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to His Excellency President Rustam Minikhanov, Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, Chairman of the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia-Islamic World, for the invitation to this important meeting, and I commend his active leadership of this group and his personal commitment to advancing the relations of friendship and cooperation between Russia and the Islamic world. I would also like to express my highest consideration to His Excellency President Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, and His Excellency Mr. Sergei Lavrov, Minister of Foreign Affairs, for the special attention they accord strengthening relations between the Russian Federation and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. I wish to express my highest consideration to the Honorable Dato Seri Anwar Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia, for honoring with his presence this meeting. I commend the Malaysian leadership for hosting this meeting, which testifies to the high importance it accords the relations between the Islamic world and Russia, and to the role played by the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia-Islamic World, in strengthening these relations. I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Malaysia for its active role within the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and its valuable contributions to the joint Islamic action. Excellencies, distinguished participants, next year marks the 20 years since the Russian Federation obtained observer status at the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. During this period, bilateral relations have witnessed continuous development, marked by regular exchanges of high-level visits and meetings to enhance cooperation and exchange of views on issues of mutual interest. It is a matter of satisfaction that the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, that today's meeting follows the holding last week in Moscow of a new round of high-level political consultations between the OIC General Secretariat and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. The OIC values the role of the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia-Islamic World, and is keen on enhancing its engagement within it. It is open to initiatives aimed at strengthening dialogue and cooperation in order to serve common interests of our countries, contribute to better understanding and to the achievement of a world order based on the principles of sovereign equality of states, non-interference in their internal affairs, and respect for their sovereignty and territorial integrity. The OIC General Secretariat looks forward to enhanced cooperation between the Islamic world and Russia in all areas of mutual benefit. We emphasize the importance of regular political dialogue, closer cultural and sports ties, the exchange of visits and youth contacts, increased cooperation in the areas of science, technology, innovation, research and education, energy, agriculture and food security, the environment, as well as the promotion of joint investment opportunities. The OIC seeks a more balanced world order that would ensure international peace and security, justice, equal opportunities for the development of all states, and the preservation of their cultural, civilizational, and religious values. Attached to the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, it stresses the central role of the United Nations in the maintenance of international peace and security, the rule of international law, and the promotion of sustainable development and inclusive multilateralism. In this regard, the OIC affirms the importance of the reform process of the United Nations, including the expansion of the Security Council's membership. Today's meeting takes place amid pressing global political, security, economic, social, and environmental challenges. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, which represents the collective voice of the Islamic world, strives to enable its member states to enhance their resilience in facing these challenges while maintaining their sovereignty and independence. Given the continuing and escalating challenges that grave tragedies in the occupied Palestinian territories, especially in the Gaza Strip, as well as Lebanese territories, resulting from the crimes of aggression, blockade, settlement, destruction, and displacement committed by the Israeli occupation in flagrant violation of international law and United Nations resolutions, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation calls for intensifying efforts to mobilize the international community to activate its responsibilities, especially the UN Security Council, to put an end to these crimes and prevent the Israeli occupation from expanding the circle of war and destabilizing the region. The international community is called upon to enable the Palestinian people to exercise their inalienable rights, including their right to return, self-determination, and the establishment of their independent state on the borders of June 4th, 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital, based on relevant United Nations resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative. The international community has made considerable achievements in the fight against international terrorism and violent extremism leading to terrorism, but more efforts are needed to address these root causes. We also believe that the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia-Islamic World, has an important contribution to make in this area, as well as in the international efforts to combat all manifestations of racism, racial discrimination, and discrimination based on religion, Islamophobia, xenophobia, and intolerance. It also has a highly important role in the promotion of interfaith and intercultural dialogue, tolerance, and understanding. Mr. President, last October, the city of Kazan, capital of Tatarstan, hosted the 21st BRICS Summit. I would like to congratulate the Russian Federation and the Republic of Tatarstan for the success of the summit. We welcome the commitment of BRICS to the promotion of an equitable and inclusive system of international relations based on a just international order and the equality of all states, and we are pleased to note that several OIC member states will join as new members of BRICS, others as partner countries. We are confident that their participation will give a new impetus to the role of BRICS. Mr. President, distinguished participants, I look forward to a rich exchange of views and fruitful outcomes of this meeting. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Большое спасибо. Господин Текая, прошу передать благодарность генеральному секретарю Организации исламского сотрудничества, его превосходительству господину Хусейну Ибрагиму Тахи, за большой вклад в укрепление взаимодействия между Россией и Организацией исламского сотрудничества. Уважаемые участники заседания, позвольте еще раз от всей души поблагодарить нашего почетного гостя, премьер-министра Малайзии, его превосходительство господина Анвара Ибрагима, за его выступление и участие в работе нашей группы. Пожелать ему новых успехов на высоком государственном посту, а малайзийскому народу дальнейшего благополучия и процветания. Поаплодируем, поблагодарим уважаемого. Так, слово передаю нашему модератору, заместителю председателя группы стратегии России «Исламский мир» Фариду Маратовичу Мухаммедшеву. С вашего позволения я премьер-министра провожу.
Добрый день, дамы и господа, уважаемые участники заседания группы. Продолжаем нашу работу. Я просто хотел бы напомнить всем записавшимся, и которые еще будут, наверное, другие желающие выступить сегодня на нашем заседании, соблюдать регламент. Ну, в связи с тем, что мы в городе Казани 16 мая работу по этой тематике почти уже начали, и многие из присутствующих сделали свой вклад, мы ее проанализировали, и сегодня на ваших наборах есть книга, сборник ваших выступлений. Значит, вот все те, кто выступили, может уже еще раз посмотреть на свое выступление уже в печатном формате. Поэтому, дорогие друзья, я просил бы вас выступать коротко, по повестке дня стараться, но если у вас обширная программа выступления, передать ваши выступления нам для включения очередного сборника выступлений и протокол нашего заседания. А сейчас позвольте предоставить слово почетному профессору, доктору Осману Бакару, ректору Международного исламского университета Малайзии, который является нашим партнером Малайзии, партнером группы «Стратегическое видение» и «Российский исламский мир». Пожалуйста, господин профессор.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. It is with profound gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the most merciful, that I address this distinguished gathering today. Allow me to begin by expressing my heartfelt appreciation to the organizers of this pivotal meeting for their commitment to fostering intellectual dialogue and meaningful collaboration between the Russian Federation and the Muslim world. I also extend my deepest gratitude to our Prime Minister and the Malaysian leadership for their steadfast support of this significant initiative, which seeks to bridge nations, cultures, and faiths in the quest for a harmonious and multipolar world order. I am indeed grateful for the trust given to the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, to lead this vital meeting, which encapsulates the university's strategic agenda, which is the Ummatic University. The theme of this meeting speaks to the shifting dynamics of global politics and the critical need for recalibrating relationships to ensure justice, equity, and shared prosperity for humanity. This emerging multipolar world demands not just strategic alliances, but also ethical guidance. For us as Muslims, this guidance must emanate from the principles of Tawheed, the oneness of Allah, which forms the foundation of our worldview and all human endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, as the world transitions from unipolar dominance to a more multipolar reality, we are witnessing both challenges and opportunities. The emergence of powers like BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, signifies a shift towards a more balanced global governance structure. Initiatives and plans by the members from the last summit reflected the growing recognition of inclusivity in decision-making, economic cooperation, and the need to address shared global concerns such as security and sustainability. For the Muslim world, this is a moment of reflection and recalibration. How do we position ourselves as a unified yet diverse ummah in this new world order? How do we ensure that our voices are not only heard but also contribute meaningfully to global discourse on peace, security, and economic development? The answers lie in fostering partnerships rooted in shared values, mutual respect, and a commitment to the betterment of all humanity. The relationship between the Russian Federation and Muslim nations is an example, a good one, of such a partnership. With a substantial Muslim population within Russia itself and its historical ties to the Islamic world, Russia occupies a unique position. It serves as both a bridge between civilizations and a partner capable of enriching our collective efforts towards achieving global peace and prosperity. Central to the vision of a multipolar world is the nurturing of inter-religious and inter-ethnic harmony. As Muslims, we are reminded by the Quran that diversity is a sign of Allah's wisdom. The Quran says, Ya ayyuhan nas, inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha, wa ja'alnakum shu'uban wa qabaila lita'arafu, in akramakum indallahi atqakum, indallahi atqakum, wallahu alimun khabir. O mankind, we created you from a single pair of a man and a female, and made you into nations and tribes, that you may know one another. Verily, the most honored of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you. And Allah is the omniscient, the all-knowing, and all-aware. This verse highlights that diversity is not a cause for division, but a basis for mutual understanding and cooperation. By fostering respect and understanding across religious and ethnic lines, we can model a framework for peaceful coexistence that transcends geographical boundaries. In this regard, this platform we have today, a dialogue between Russia and the Islamic world, is timely, and we must make the most out of it. His Excellencies and respected colleagues, the emerging multipolarity also brings economic opportunities, particularly in areas like Islamic finance. Islamic finance is not just a tool for economic growth, but a means to instill ethical practices in the global financial system. Its principles of risk sharing, prohibition of interest, riba, and investment in socially beneficial projects are aligned with the goals of sustainable development. Russia, with its growing interest in Islamic finance, presents an opportunity for collaboration that can benefit not only Muslims, but also broader communities. By integrating Islamic finance into Russia's economic framework, we can contribute to equitable development and strengthen economic ties between the Muslim world and Russia. Institutions like IIUM provide expertise, research, and training to support these initiatives, guided by the principles of Rahmatan lil Alameen, mercy to all the world. I'm happy to share with you all that at the International Islamic University, Malaysia, IIUM, we are privileged to possess multidisciplinary expertise that can be extended to our Russian counterparts to foster mutually beneficial collaborations. IIUM has made significant strides in areas such as halal food production and standards, halal tourism, Islamic banking and finance, Islamic theology, and cybersecurity leadership. In the area of Islamic banking and finance, IIUM has contributed significantly through its research and education programs, offering insights into Islamic financial instruments and ethical investment practices. Our robust Islamic banking and finance programs offer a foundation for creating equitable financial systems. IIUM's scholars have published widely on Sharia-compliant banking systems, being appointed as advisors in prominent banking and academic institutions, making the university a hub for developing frameworks to integrate Islamic finance into the global economy. These contributions can support Russia's increasing interest in tapping into Islamic financial markets. Our halal ecosystem research and training provide frameworks for ethical consumption and tourism, aligning with global sustainability goals. I'm glad to share our university has made notable initiatives in halal tourism, emphasizing the integration of cultural and ethical considerations to enhance the travel experience for Muslim travelers. Studies published by IIUM highlight the economic and cultural benefits of promoting halal gastronomy tourism, which is increasingly relevant in connecting Muslim communities worldwide. The highlight of our academic achievement will be our studies in Islamic theology that promote deeper interfaith understanding, including in the emerging domain of cybersecurity leadership. IIUM integrates Tawhidi principles with cutting-edge technology, ensuring a value-based approach to digital governance, responsible AI practices. It offers training and expertise in ensuring digital security within the framework of strong values and ethics, which could serve as a valuable model for collaboration with Russian institutions aiming to strengthen cybersecurity infrastructure while respecting cultural and ethical dimensions. Respected members of the meeting here, as Rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia, it is a huge amana and a privilege to lead an institution dedicated to harmonizing revealed knowledge and empirical knowledge. There is Naqli knowledge and Aqli knowledge. Our university's mission aligns with the aspirations of this gathering to develop scholars and leaders who embody the principles of Tawheed, work towards the unity of the Ummah, and contribute to global well-being. In the context of education, our efforts must go beyond equipping individuals with technical skills. We must cultivate holistic human beings who can navigate the complexities of this multipolar world with spiritual depth, cultural intelligence, cultural literacy, and ethical leadership. The IIUM vision of creating a balanced person is a model that resonates deeply with the objectives of fostering peace and cooperation among nations. We are committed to advancing research and dialogue on pressing issues such as security, sustainable development, and digital transformation. Collaborations with institutions from Russia and other Muslim nations will amplify our collective capacity to address these challenges. Together, we can envision educational models that prepare future generations to act as catalysts for positive change. May I emphasize here, at the heart of this discourse, is the need for strategic alliances that are rooted within the Tawhidic epistemology, which is our vision of the unity of knowledge, Wahdatul Ulum. This worldview, which integrates faith, knowledge, and action, emphasizes that our ultimate purpose is to serve Allah by serving humanity. It reminds us that our alliances must transcend material interests and focus on shared values of justice, compassion, and the pursuit of knowledge. The relationship between Russia and the Islamic world should be guided by this ethical framework. Together, we must address global challenges such as climate change, social inequality, and the erosion of moral values. I strongly propose that by prioritizing these issues, we can shape a multipolar world that is not only balanced in power, but also enriched by a shared commitment to human dignity and sustainability. Ya Ikhwan wa Ikhwat, as we gather to discuss peace prospects for collaboration and peace, we must not overlook the harsh realities faced by many of our Muslim brothers and sisters around the world. In regions plagued by conflict, persecution, and systemic discrimination, they endure profound hardships that test the resilience of the global ummah, testing us, our principles and beliefs. From the struggles of displaced communities to the silenced voices of those subjected to oppression, these realities remind us of our shared duty to act with compassion and resolve. It is imperative for leaders, scholars, and nations to champion justice, uphold human dignity, and address the root causes of these atrocities. In conclusion, I urge all delegates to view this meeting as a starting point for deeper cooperation and understanding. Let us not only discuss the challenges before us, but also commit to actionable solutions. Let us leverage our shared heritage, diverse expertise, and collective wisdom to create a future that reflects the best of what humanity can achieve. To our esteemed Russian delegates and respected scholars, I extend our hands in friendship and collaboration. I call upon you to embody the prophetic tradition of leadership through service, guided by the principles of Tawhid. Together, let us strengthen the bonds of brotherhood and work towards a world where justice and peace prevail for the Ummah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide our efforts, bless our congregation, and grant us success in our endeavors. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah, wa bihi nasta'in. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Мы с большим удовольствием собираем с завтраком в гости и продолжим наш разговор как раз по межцивилизационному диалогу. Спасибо вам большое. А сейчас мне позвольте попросить взять слово академика Российской академии наук Виталию Вячеславовичу Наумкину. Следующим выступает председатель Высшего совета по делам ислама Королевства Бахрейн господин Абдурахман Мухаммед Рашид Аль-Халиф.
Глубоко уважаемый раис Республики Татарстан Рустам Нургалиевич Миниханов, глубоко уважаемый Андрей Юрьевич, глубоко уважаемый Фарид Мубаракшевич, дорогие друзья, коллеги, ваше высокопревосходительство, позвольте сказать несколько слов о том замечательном предмете, который мы здесь обсуждаем, о сотрудничестве России с исламским миром, о котором уже много говорилось, много было сказано. Мы все сегодня живем в быстро меняющемся мире, мы видим, как он меняется даже не каждый день, а может быть каждый час. И основным содержанием того перехода, который в нем происходит, это переход к многополярному миру. и в нем большое место занимают, растущее место занимают исламские государства, мир ислама. Россия – это уникальное многонациональное поликонфессиональное государство, где конструктивно и долго сосуществует в мире несколько этноконфессиональных групп, создавая, в общем, определенную модель сотрудничества, соработничества, которая привлекает внимание очень...
من قبل جميع الدول وخاصة من الجنوب العالمي ويجب القول بأن هنا the foundation works as a milestone of the civilizational model which makes Russia the civilization foundation as India, China and some other states. I would not like to offend anyone whom I did not mention, but I'm sure that those states are also striving for such a model and some of them already achieved it. And we know that it's the Russian-Slavonic cluster, Turks cluster, Finn-Ugric cluster and the North Caucasian cluster. Those four groups of peoples are cooperating, and they have been cooperating and coexisting for so long that they are creating the milestone of the stateless, and they spread their impact beyond the limits of the Russian state. First of all, I'm talking about the Central Asia, where we have Turks groups living, and North Caucasus. It's not a coincidence that currently in Russia we discuss the role of the mountainous Altai as the place where the Turks nations were born, and some other interesting topics. And my colleagues, Orientalists, are currently considering such topics. It's absolutely clear that the increased interest towards Russian is also a part of the process which is unfolding, particularly when we talk about the relations between Russia and the Islamic world. And I cannot but mention the process which started between Russia and the United Arab Emirates, where we used the model of the gymnasium named after Primakov, where we started the experiment when we started to teach the Arabic language as the main language in that gymnasium to follow up in the higher education institution. So we can see growing interest as one to Arabic language as one of languages of global south, which is also an important issue that we are discussing here and discussing it with my neighbor on my right. I would also like to mention the meaning of Islamic finance. During the recent years, this topic has not been implemented yet. It has been implemented as an experiment in Russia, but Islamic finance, Islamic banking has proven to be a stable system during COVID, and decreased conflict potential in Islamic world also brings the credit of cooperation between Russia and Islamic world. The role of Islamic community of Russia in protecting our national interests of our security is very huge and important. It is very relevant that this cooperation resulted in decreased potential and impact of radical groups. We can see it in Indonesia and some other states of this region. Let's see how this situation develops. In some groups that
system of connections, the improvement of your system of connections, establishment of new models. In some Asian countries, in their transition to multipolarity is an important component of approachment of Russia and Islamic world. And I have to mention that such large states as already mentioned, civilization states such as India, for example, are partially Islamic as well, because in India there are more than 200 community in China. So, the destiny of the community we have discussed them even more.
На Ближнем Востоке, это агрессивные действия Израиля, которые уже распространяются и на Сирию, и в частности можно здесь указать на вот эти планы создания так называемых буферных зон и в Сирии, и в Ливане, и то, чему, по-моему, Россия с исламским миром должна очень жестко противостоять. А в этом, я думаю, нам поможет та система традиционных духовных ценностей, которая объединяет и православных, и мусульман вместе, и которая является духовной основой того альянса, о котором мы здесь говорим. Я не хочу занимать больше времени у уважаемых гостей, которым есть что сказать, пожелать всем вам успеха и поблагодарить за внимание. Спасибо.
Уважаемый Виталий Вячеславович, вам огромное спасибо как члену группы «Стратегическое видение», как председатель экспертного совета нашей группы, как научному руководителю Института Востоковедения за то, что нам активно помогаете и всегда активно участие принимаете в наших мероприятиях. Спасибо. Я просил бы взять слово председателя Высшего совета по делам ислама Королевства Бахрейн, господина Абдурахмана Мухаммеда Рашида Аль-Халифа. Следующим выступает председатель Всемирного совета мусульманских сообществ господин Али Рашид Аль-Нуайми.
بسم الله الرحمن الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على المبعوث رحمة للعالمين سيدنا محمد النبي الكريم وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. فخامة الرئيس جمهورية تركستان، رئيس مجموعة الرؤى الاستراتيجية بين العالم الإسلامي وروسيا، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة والسماحة والفضيلة، الأخوة الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وبعد، فإنه من دواعي السرور والاعتزاز أن نشارككم في هذا الاجتماع المهم في سياق المساعي المشتركة لتعزيز أطر التعاون بين دول العالم الإسلامي وروسيا الاتحادية. وننقل لكم جميعا تحيات حضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة ملك مملكة البحرين المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه، وتحيات صاحب السمو الملك الأمير سلمان بن حمد آل خليفة ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء حفظه الله، وتمنياتهما لهذا الاجتماع الطيب بالتوفيق والنجاح. ونتقدم إلى فخامة السيد الرئيس جمهورية الرؤى الاستراتيجية بين روسيا والعالم الإسلامي جزيل الشكر على دعوته الكريمة لنا للمشاركة في اجتماعات هذا العام. كما نشكر مملكة ماليزيا الصديقة حكومة وشعبا على استضافة هذا الاجتماع، وعلى ما لقيناه من حسن الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة. وإنها لفرصة سعيدة لنا أن نجدد العهد بزيارة هذه البلاد الجميلة، ونقف على ما تشهده من نمو وتطور مضطردين، وما تنعم به من تعايش واستقرار. أيها الأخوة والأخوات، إن التمسك بنهج السلام القائم على التعاون والتكامل بين دول العالم هو الخيار الاستراتيجي الأجدى والأصلح، مما يتطلب العمل المشترك والسعي المتواصل والحثيث من قبل الجميع لتحصين العالم وشعوبه من الحروب والصراعات والتدمير والاستنزاف والتطرف والعنف والقتل وسوء الاستغلال وحملات العنصرية والكراهية وتقويض الإيمان، وهو ما يستدعي إعلاء مبدأ التوافق كأساس وثيق لبناء قواعد دولية صلبة تصون الأرواح البريئة والكرامة الإنسانية وتحفظ الاستقرار وتلبي تطلعات الدول والشعوب وتحترم إرادتها وتستثمر في برامج التنمية وتؤسس لنظام دولي عادل ومقبول للمساءلة والحوكمة والتعاون البناء. ولا يخفى أن العالم يواجه اليوم الكثير من التحديات الخطيرة والتحولات الجذرية التي يصعب التنبؤ بها وتداعياتها. لذلك فإننا نؤكد على ما تضمنته كلمة مملكة البحرين خلال المناقشة العامة لاجتماعات الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة بدورتها 79 بالحاجة الملحة للإصلاح الشامل للنظام الدولي وصياغة إطار دولي مجدد مبني على القيم المشتركة والالتزام متجدد بتعددية الأطراف التي تعطي الأولوية لازدهار جميع الأمم من أجل حل القضايا بالغة الأهمية ولترسيخ وتكريس أسس العيش معا باعتباره أنبل المساعي، مؤكدين على العقيدة البحرينية الراسخة بإنشاء ودعم الشراكات واسعة النطاق لتعزيز العمل الدولي متعدد الأطراف ليصبح التعاون بين الدول حجر الأساس في أطر أمننا الجماعي. ولقد تقدمت بلادي في هذا المجال بعدد من المبادرات المهمة، كان آخرها إطلاق جائزة الملك حمد للتعاون السلمي ودعوة صاحب الجلالة الملك المعظم المجتمع الدولي لعقد مؤتمر دولي للسلام في الشرق الأوسط، وذلك في إطار النهج الثابت لمملكة البحرين في دعم التعددية والتنوع الثقافي، وفي إطار رؤية جلالة الملك المعظم بأن الاحترام المتبادل لإنسانيتنا المشتركة من أسس استدامة التناغم العالمي. أيها السادة والسيدات، من هذا المنطلق فإننا نثمن أهمية المساعي الطيبة التي تطلع بها هذه المجموعة لتعزيز العلاقات المشتركة بين روسيا الاتحادية والعالم الإسلامي في مختلف المجالات، والبناء على منظومة القيم الإنسانية والأخلاقية والمشتركات الثقافية والدينية، خصوصاً في ظل الآفاق والفرص الرحبة والواسعة والجديرة بالاهتمام. ونتطلع إلى تعزيز قاعدة التوافقات الصلبة والبناءة والشراكات الواعدة حول القضايا ذات الاهتمام المشترك، وبما يضع في الاعتبار التحديات المحدقة والقضايا المحورية لدى الجميع. وفي الختام نؤكد تطلعاتنا إلى نتائج هذا الاجتماع، آملاً في الوصول إلى قرارات وتوصيات ناجحة إن شاء الله تخدم بلداننا جميعاً وتسهم في تحقيق السلام العالمي ضمن أطر العدالة والإنصاف، وانطلاقاً من قيم الصداقة والتعاون والشرعية، بما يعود عن نفع على شعوب العالم بالأمن والأمان. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Многоуважаемый шейх Абдрахман Аль-Халифа, огромное вам спасибо за интересное выступление. Слово предоставляется доктору Али Рашиду Аль-Нуайми, председателю Всемирного совета мусульманских сообществ. Следующим выступает
Верховного судья Палестины доктор Махмуд Сутки Аль-Хабаш. Пожалуйста.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. فخامة الرئيس رستم رئيس جمهورية تتارستان، رئيس المجموعة الرؤية الاستراتيجية روسيا والعالم الإسلامي، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب الفضيلة، الأخوة والأخوات، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أولاً أتوجه بالشكر والتقدير لماليزيا حكومة وشعباً على حسن الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة واحتضان هذا المؤتمر. الأخوة والأخوات، نحن نلتقي سنوياً لنتحدث عن المشترك الذي يجمع بين روسيا والعالم الإسلامي. ولا شك أن العالم الآن يمر بأزمات، يمر بتحديات، التعامل معها يتطلب منا تكاتفاً، يتطلب منا أن نرتقي فوق مواقفنا السياسية لكي نبادر لأن نكون جزء من حلول الأزمات وليس جزءاً من صناعة الأزمات. ولذكر الأزمات يعني أود أن أذكر وأشيد بتعاطي الحكومة الماليزية مع كارثة الفيضانات التي مرت بها خلال الأيام الماضية، وأشيد بالدور الإنساني للمجتمع الماليزي بتنوعه، باجتماعه على أن يكون يداً واحدة في إغاثة ضحايا الفيضانات. نحن اليوم نتحدث عن قضايا يجب أن نكون دائماً جزءاً مما يسهم في تعزيز العلاقة بين روسيا والعالم الإسلامي، لا أن نكون منبراً للحديث عن الأزمات والغرق فيها. نتحدث عن التعايش، كلنا نشيد به. وفخامة رئيس الوزراء الماليزي أنور إبراهيم ذكر في كلمته رسائل استراتيجية يجب أن تضمن في الخطاب النهائي لهذا المؤتمر، بالذات فيما يتعلق بالتعايش. ولدينا تجارب ناجحة في هذا المجال، لكن أيضاً لدينا مشكلات، ويجب أن نتعاطى مع قضايا الكراهية بجرأة وبشجاعة، بحس إنساني وبتأصيل قانوني وشرعي يجعل التعايش ممارسة حقيقية، ويجعل قيم التعايش تنبثق في نظامنا التعليمي، في خطابنا الديني، في تشريعاتنا في دولنا. ولذلك نحن بحاجة إلى مبادرات فعلية وعملية تتعلق ببناء جسور من الثقة والاحترام والعمل المشترك بين جمهورية روسيا الاتحادية والعالم الإسلامي، ليس فقط بين الحكومات، بين مختلف القطاعات، الحكومات، القطاع الخاص، وأيضاً المبادرات الشبابية، مبادرات المرأة، والعلاقات بين الشعوب. يجب أن نحرص على أن نستثمر في علاقة شعوبنا مع بعضنا البعض، لأن هذه هي التي توفر علاقة مستدامة، علاقة تنتج عنها بناء مصالح مشتركة. وفي هذا الإطار لا يمكن أن نلتقي ونتحدث عن العالم الإسلامي بدون أن نعرج على ما يحدث في فلسطين وفي سوريا وفي منطقتنا من أزمات. أنا أود أن أؤكد على شيء مهم جداً، أن نشجب وأن نندد، لكن الأهم من أن تكون لنا مواقف حقيقية. أولاً أن تكون هذه المواقف مبنية على أسس من القرارات الدولية، لأن القرارات الدولية تمثل مرجعية لنا في التعامل مع المشكلات، تمكننا من تقديم خطاب للعالم أجمع، خطاب مبني على أساس القانون الدولي وأساس على القرارات الدولية. ولهذا مهم عندما نتعاطى مع أي أزمة من الأزمات أن ننطلق من الأسس والمبادئ اللي تجمعنا مع الآخرين وتجعل الآخر أيضا ينصت لنا، ونلزم الآخر بالقيم والمبادئ التي هو وافق عليها واعتمد عليها. هذا الأمر الأول. أمر آخر، يجب أن نهتم بضحايا هذه الأزمات، وأن نقوم بمبادرات وبرامج وأعمال عملية تساعد هؤلاء. أهلنا في غزة يعانون معاناة شديدة جدا جدا، هم بحاجة إلى كل شيء، وأنا أشيد بكل المبادرات التي تتعلق بمساندتهم. لكن ما أود أن ألفت الانتباه له، ويجب علينا كلنا هنا أن نتحمل مسؤولية تجاه أن صحيح أنهم يعانون، يفتقدون الدواء، يفتقدون الغذاء، يفتقدون الأمن، يفتقدون كل الخدمات الأساسية، لكن أيضا يجب أن تنتبه له أنهم يفتقدون التعليم. لا نريد أن نخسر جيل من أهل غزة يفقد التعليم، لأن الاستثمار الحقيقي في الشعب الفلسطيني هو في التعليم، في بناء المؤسسات التي يجب أن يقودها جيل فلسطيني مؤهل بالكفاءة، طيب، يعي مسؤولياته الوطنية وأيضا يعي متطلبات عصره. وهنا أنا لما أتكلم عن التعليم لا أدعوكم إلى إخراج الشباب الفلسطيني من غزة، لا، بل أنا أتمنى كل من لديه برنامج معتمد في التدريس عن بعد، سواء في المراحل التعليم العام أو المراحل الجامعية، أن يبادر بالتواصل مع الجهات الفلسطينية المسؤولة لإيجاد منح تعليمية للشباب الفلسطيني وهم في غزة من خلال برامج عن بعد، حتى لا يخسروا سنين من عمرهم، وهم الأداة الحقيقية لتحمل مسؤولياتهم مستقبلا في بناء دولة فلسطينية مستقلة. هذا استثمار أعتقد أنه من الضروريات والأولويات التي يجب أن نعمل عليها جميعا. الأخوة والأخوات، الأزمات في منطقتنا لا تنتهي، ونحن ننتقل من أزمة إلى أزمة، لكن علينا أن نطلق مبادرات تجمع ولا تفرق، مبادرات تؤدي إلى بناء حل، مبادرات تحدث اختراق، وهذا يتطلب توظيف القيادات الدينية لأدوارها في تعزيز قيم التعايش. من أكبر التحديات تواجهنا نحن في منطقتنا خطورة أن يتم توظيف الدين لإشعال حروب دينية. خطاب الكراهية في تصاعد، علينا هنا أن يتحمل قادة الأديان بمختلف الأديان مسؤولياتهم في أن يقدموا خطاب شجاع، خطاب يجمع ولا يفرق، خطاب يرتكز على بناء الدولة الوطنية، على ترسيخ القيم الإنسانية، على ترسيخ قيم العيش المشترك، وأن ندرك أننا في النهاية يجب أن نبادر نحن في تحمل مسؤولياتنا في تقديم الحلول لمشكلات منطقتنا، لا ننتظر من الآخر أن يقدم هذه الحلول. شكرا لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Вам огромное спасибо, доктор Аль-Рашид, за прекрасное выступление. Естественно, мы будем к этому стремиться. Я просил бы взять слово доктору Верховного судьи Палестины Махмуду Сутки Аль-Хаббашу, члену нашей группы. Пожалуйста, следующего выступает господин Ганиев, Сбербанк.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى جميع الأنبياء والمرسلين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. فخامة الرئيس رستم مينيخانوف رئيس جمهورية تتارستان، رئيس مجموعة الرؤية الاستراتيجية روسيا والعالم الإسلامي، الإخوة والأخوات جميعاً، أحييكم أجمل تحية، أسعد الله صباحكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية لابد أن نتقدم بجزيل الشكر إلى ماليزيا على استضافة هذا الاجتماع الهام لمجموعة الرؤية الاستراتيجية روسيا والعالم الإسلامي. كذلك نشكر جزيل الشكر فخامة الرئيس رستم مينخنوف على مثابرته وحرصه الشديد على تنظيم هذا الاجتماع وعلى استمرارية العمل في هذه المجموعة المهمة التي تمثل رؤية استراتيجية متقدمة في التفكير الرامي إلى تحقيق توازن حقيقي في المنظومة العالمية، في المنظومة الدولية، على قاعدة بناء نظام دولي متعدد الأقطاب يمكن أن تلعب فيه روسيا والعالم الإسلامي، وهما قادران على ذلك، دورا محوريا في تحقيق العدل والسلام والتنمية المستدامة ومحاربة الظلم والفقر والاستبداد في العالم بأسره. وأستذكر هنا أيها الإخوة الأعزاء ما جاء في كلمة الرئيس محمود عباس رئيس دولة فلسطين في اجتماعات قمة مجموعة بريكس التي عقدت في شهر أكتوبر الماضي في مدينة كازان في جمهورية تتارستان في روسيا الاتحادية، عندما قال في كلمته، وأقتبس هنا: هناك حاجة ملحة لنظام عالمي أكثر توازناً وعدلاً لإيجاد حلول فاعلة للقضايا المزمنة التي يعاني منها العالم، وعلى رأسها بالطبع القضية الفلسطينية. العالم اليوم يعيش حالة محبطة من التيه والتخبط وغياب الأمن وغياب الاستقرار وغياب السلام، ليس فقط في منطقة الشرق الأوسط حيث أتينا، ليس في فلسطين فقط، وإنما في أماكن كثيرة من العالم. وسبب ذلك كما ربما يقر الجميع هو محاولات الهيمنة والتسلط والاستبداد التي تحاولها بعض القوى الدولية الكبرى. وهذه المحاولات تتجلى في أبشع صورها فيما تقوم به دولة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي في أرض فلسطين. العدوان المستمر والاحتلال طويل الأمد الذي مر عليه عقود عدة في ظل غياب تام لأي أفق سياسي يمكن أن يفتح باباً للخروج من هذه الأزمة والخروج من هذا الواقع الصعب الذي تعيشه المنطقة والذي يلقي ظلاله على كثير من مناطق العالم. الشعب الفلسطيني محروم من حقوقه الأساس، وفي مقدمتها حقه في تقرير المصير والاستقلال والدولة والحرية والكرامة الإنسانية بسبب الاحتلال الإسرائيلي. الفاشية الإمبريالية الاستعمارية التي يمارسها الاحتلال الإسرائيلي اليوم ضد الشعب الفلسطيني، كذلك ضد لبنان وسوريا، الانتهاكات المستمرة للمقدسات الدينية الإسلامية والمسيحية على حد سواء في مدينة القدس تهدد بتأجيج نار صراع ديني يمكن أن يطيح بكل الاستقرار الإنساني وبكل النظام العالمي، إلا إذا تدخل العالم بشكل فاعل من أجل وقف هذا التغول وهذا الانفلات الذي تمارسه دولة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي في فلسطين وفي المنطقة بأسرها. وبخاصة أننا نسمع من جانب سلطات الاحتلال وقيادات الاحتلال استخدام أسماء ذات صبغة دينية توراتية للعمليات العسكرية العدوانية التي يمارسونها سواء في أرض دولة فلسطين أو في المنطقة بأسرها، وآخرها عملية القصف الهمجي التي تمت لأجزاء من الأرض السورية واحتلال مناطق إضافية من أرض الجمهورية العربية السورية، حيث استخدموا اسما توراتيا لهذه العملية باسم سهم بيسان، وهذا يعود إلى نص توراتي، وكأنهم يريدون إقحام الدين والعقائد الدينية في هذه الصراعات السياسية، الأمر الذي يفتح الباب أمام ردود أفعال مماثلة يمكن أن تحرف الأمور باتجاه أكثر خطورة لا قدر الله. العدوان الإسرائيلي على الشعب الفلسطيني وبالذات في قطاع غزة وفي كل الأرض الفلسطينية خلف كوارث ومآسي إنسانية ربما العالم بأسره يراها اليوم. واسمحوا لي أن أعرض أمامكم بعض الأرقام الناتجة عن هذا العدوان، والأرقام لا تكذب. خلال العام الفائت، خلال 14 شهراً من العدوان منذ أكتوبر 23 إلى اليوم، قتلت إسرائيل في قطاع غزة 44,000 شهيد، 44,000 إنسان قتلتهم إسرائيل في قطاع غزة، من بينهم 17,000 طفل. 17,000 طفل. في أي قانون في العالم يمكن أن يقبل بهذا الواقع وبهذه الجرائم؟ قتلت إسرائيل من بين هؤلاء 12,000 امرأة. مجموع النساء والأطفال 29,000 من بين 44,000. قتلت 1054 شخص من الكوادر الطبية، من الأطباء والممرضين وضباط الإسعاف. قتلت 188 صحفي وإعلامي. 2300 شهيد سرقت إسرائيل واحتجزت جثامينهم إلى الآن، تحتجز حتى جثامين الشهداء بعد قتلهم. الجرحى أكثر من 105,000، 70% منهم من النساء والأطفال. 400 صحفي وإعلامي أصيبوا. 60% من البنية التحتية من المساكن والمرافق والمستشفيات دمرت. أكثر من 70%. 320,000 مسكن. أكثر من 550 مسجد، 3 كنائس دمرت تماما. 412 مدرسة، 244 مستشفى ومركز صحي. كل هذا أمام سمع العالم وبصره، وفي نفس الوقت رغم كل هذا نجد أن بعض الدول الكبرى لا تزال تتعامل بمعايير مزدوجة مع هذا الموضوع. بعض القوى الكبرى وعلى رأسها، ولا نخفي ما نقول، على رأسها الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، تختطف المنظمات الدولية، الأمم المتحدة ومجلس الأمن، تختطف القانون الدولي وتضع القانون الدولي خلف ظهرها عندما يتعلق الأمر بحقوق الشعب الفلسطيني وبحقوق الشعوب المستضعفة. ازدواجية المعايير هذه تنذر بعواقب وخيمة، لأن غياب العدل لا يعني إلا أمرا واحدا: الكارثة التي تهدد الإنسانية بأسرها. نحن نريد سلاما عادلا شاملا قائما على قواعد الشرعية الدولية. نريد أن نكون سويا في بناء نظام عالمي قائم على التعددية، نظام متعدد الأقطاب يضمن التوازن ويضمن العدل ويضمن المساواة بين جميع الشعوب. استمرار الاحتلال الإسرائيلي لا يعني إلا أمرا واحدا: لا يمكن تحقيق سلام مع بقاء الاحتلال، لا يمكن تحقيق استقرار مع بقاء الاحتلال، لا يمكن تحقيق أمن لأحد مع بقاء الاحتلال. لا بد من تطبيق القانون الدولي بعدالة، بحيادية، بمعايير موحدة وليس بمعايير مزدوجة. أخيراً أقول لكم أيها السادة، أيها الأعزاء، الشعب الفلسطيني يتطلع إليكم وإلى كل المنتديات والمؤسسات والتحالفات والتجمعات الدولية بكثير من الأمل أن تكونوا معه في هذه المحنة، وأن يعمل العالم الحر، العالم المحترم، العالم الذي يؤمن بالإنسانية وبحقوق الإنسان، من أجل رفع الظلم عن الشعب الفلسطيني، ومن أجل أن يحصل الشعب الفلسطيني على حقه المشروع في تقرير مصيره وفي قيام دولته وفي تحرير أرضه وفق قواعد الشرعية الدولية، حتى ينعم الجميع في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وفي العالم بأمن وسلام مستدام ودائم. شكراً لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Уважаемый Махмуд Аль-Хаббаш, конечно, горько слышать ваше выступление. Все это в наших сердцах глубоко сидит поддержка палестинского народа. Мы все призываем к немедленной остановке агрессии, принятию необходимых шагов по реализации решения ООН о двух государствах. Но, естественно, мы хотим создание независимого, суверенного палестинского государства.
Establish an independent and sovereign Palestinian state. And today, people before you, and I guess that people after you, will condemn aggressive actions of Israel against the Palestinian people. And I think that in our final document, we will recommend for our further work to include the proposals that you mentioned and that other people will mention. Thanks a lot. Now, I propose to give the floor to the group member, Senior Vice President of Russian Sberbank, Oleg Ganeev, because in today's presentations and in the activities of the Group of Strategic Vision, our chairman
event that was conducted in October this year in Moscow. This is an international conference, Russian-Islamic Economic Forum, Russia as a Guarant of Partnership, where we detailedly discussed the implementation of federal law on an experiment to be conducted in 4 regions of Russia: Bashkortostan, Dagestan, Tatarstan, and Chechnya, related to partnership finance. It was mentioned that Islamic finance is a growing sector of the economy that opens prospects for cooperation and provides additional resources for interaction with OIC member states. So we would like to request you to say a few words that you mentioned as the head of this area in our group. You have worked in this area for about 5 years and you have achieved success here. The floor is yours. And the next speaker, the next speaker is chairman of International Islamic Charity Organization, Mr. Al-Matuk, Dr. Al-Matuk Abdullah. I request to switch on my slides. Distinguished Rustam Rugalevich, Farid Muhammedshin, participants of the group of strategic vision. In my presentation, I would like to raise the issue that was raised by Rustam Nurgalevich, and in Vladivostok it was mentioned at the plenary session with President Putin by the Prime Minister of Malaysia, the rector of Islamic University, Aswan Bakara, spoke about it a lot, just like Vitaly Naumkin. I will be based on the experience of Sberbank because now this is the largest participant in this subject in Russia, but I assure you that the trends and proposals that will be mentioned are common for most participants of the market, and it's important that they have been synchronized with the proposals that were mentioned by the rector of International Islamic University. I will be brief. What is Sber today? This is the largest bank of the Russian Federation, Central and Eastern Europe, almost 110 individual clients, more than 3 million corporate clients, and it's quite interesting that in spite of sanctions, we account for 10% of the market of acquiring payments in the international scale. Here you can see the numbers on the slide. On the 4th of August 2023, the President of the Russian Federation signed Federal Law 417FZ, the prerequisites in the context of geopolitical pressure, sanctions pressure. It was necessary to establish new points of growth in Russia involving in banking system and business affairs the clients that did not use conventional services before. That is the first point. The second point is diversification of the Russian economy by building relations with the Islamic world states. Number 3 is stability of the Russian economy, because Islamic finance is about a long-term and equitable relationship. It is also worth mentioning that this area had been developing before that, and before this law was approved, the total volume of deals in the market was more than $350 million, and in Sber this number is 275 million. The main areas are supplying industrial products together with the Islamic Bank of Development. We have experience in working in the sphere of food safety, supplying grain to the Middle East and Egypt, and we also work with developing companies. Product line Today, product line covers all the main needs of individuals and legal entities. I do not want to enumerate them, but we can see that product lines has been developing in accordance with the requests of this segment. The infrastructure is also developing. Specialized Islamic offices are being established. First of all, they are established in our pilot territories. Tomorrow, we are opening an office in Dagestan, and these formats will be active in all pilot territories. And in the offices that used to be established by Sber before, 1,323 of them, the products of Islamic financing are implemented, and remote banking is developing. The dynamics since the beginning of the year is quite impressive, and it was mentioned here already. Halal plastic cards have grown 22 times. Current accounts have grown more than twice, and settlement services more than 4 times growth. The amount of deals in process for developers is $2.5 billion. And all the deals are accepted by the Sharia Advisory Board. We have set relationship with all these spiritual bodies of the territories and the spiritual board of Russian Muslims that also take part in the issues of legitimization and popularization of these area in Russia. We participate in all platforms that are related to this topic. These are strategic partnerships with Kazan Forum, St. Petersburg Economic Forum, and the forum where we are an organizers, Russian-Islamic Economic Forum. Mr. Muhammadjan mentioned it, and the most important thing is that at the last forum we discussed the issues of activating relationship with Islamic states, BRICS states. And here we can see that our proposals about collaboration are quite similar. This is about joint participation in development business, environment, attracting investments, industrial cooperation, food security, advanced technologies, cyber security is a really important issue here, and we also need to improve relationship in the sphere of developing business environment, establishment of unified standards, popularization of this industry, and indeed a very important issue is improving of financial literacy and educational projects, where we have established our own program that is quite popular in the corporate university. We have had 5 flows already, and I'm sure that there is filled for experience exchange. And we are members of IOFI. We take part in standards improvement and being an active participant of governmental commission in this area. We share our proposals regarding the unified standards of improving the legislation, first of all tax legislation and harmonization of approaches in conventional and Islamic financing. So this is my last slide. I'm sure that we have things to discuss and we have huge prospects of joint development. I wish you every success. Thank you for your attention. Thanks a lot. Of course, in future we will support the development of this area because we can already see some achievements. Thanks a lot. Now the floor is given The floor is given to Chairman of International Islamic Charity Organization, Mr. Dr. Abdullah Al-Matuk, and the next person to speak is Ravshan Hizirov Abbasov. May peace be upon you. Praise to the Lord, the family of the Lord, and those that follow their way until the day we meet Him. Your Excellency, Rais of Tatarstan, Chairman of the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia-Islamic World, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I would like to express my joy and gratitude for the participation in this conference, Russia-Islamic World. This group sincerely strives for strengthening Russian-Islamic relationship after it was established in 2006, and it strengthens the values of dialogue between nations and religions. We would like to thank the management of the Group of Strategic Vision for their efforts, and we would also like to thank Malaysia, its government, its people for hospitality and warm welcome. Distinguished guests, this meeting takes place in extraordinary conditions. There are conflicts, wars, instability all over the world. People have to relocate, they become refugees. That's why we really need to strengthen the values of peace and international security. That is our main responsibility, the responsibility of Islamic leaders and other religious actors to guarantee the values of coexistence. And I would like to speak about the importance of work of our group in this context that strives for strengthening positive diplomacy to resolve conflicts, to unite efforts to resolve conflicts, render assistance to civilians, to reconstruct civilian infrastructure, protect the rights of victims, and help to restore the damaged areas. Ladies and gentlemen, Kuwait, just like other Islamic and Arab countries, supports the dialogue and strengthening values of international peace and security within its humanitarian diplomacy. We try to work to prevent wars and conflicts within our cooperation with various countries all over the world. In this context, we hope to expand cooperation with the Russian Federation, especially taking into account that Kuwait is the first country in the Persian Gulf that has established diplomatic relationship in 1963 with the Soviet Union. Since that time, we have developed this relationship. We have been trying to provide for prosperity of our nations and protect interests of our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I call upon this organization to address the international community so that the international community would undertake the responsibility to resolve conflicts and act positively in regions suffering from conflicts and instability. Thanks to our joint efforts, we will achieve peace. I address the Lord to give success to this meeting, and I hope that we will take real and constructive decisions. Thank you. May the Lord be with you. Dr. Al-Matouk, thanks a lot for your brilliant presentation. Now the floor is given to the first Deputy Chairman of the Council of Muftis of the Russian Federation and the Spiritual Board of Muslims of the Russian Federation, Rushan Hazrat Abbasov. And the next person to speak is the member of our group, Metropolitan Kirill. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Rustam Nurgalevich Melikanov, distinguished Andrei Yuriev, distinguished Farid Garashevich, the participants of this meeting, first of all, I would like to pass you the welcoming remarks on behalf of the chair of Spiritual Board of Muslims of Russia, the member of Group Strategic Vision Russia-Islamic World, Khalif Rakudinov. The meeting of the Strategic Vision Group is conducted in conclusion of 2024, and it is characterized of a further strengthening relationship between Russia and Islamic world. In spite of continued unprecedented pressure on Russia from the West, for the second year in a row, Muslim countries have been actively building mutually beneficial, friendly contacts based on trust and common stances. In the sphere of contemporary world order, this is observed not only in politics but also in significant growth of goods turnover, active cooperation in the sphere of culture, humanitarian aid and others. It's quite evident that a key role is played by the authority of the President, Vladimir Putin. His stance is aimed at building multipolar world. In October in Kazan, a BRICS summit was conducted, and it illustrated international authority of Russia. The worthless efforts to isolate Russia. A global organization established by India, China, Russia, and other large countries has shown that it is viable, it is able to integrate, and it influences global processes. Active participation of Muslim states in BRICS, such as United Arab Emirates, Islamic Republic of Iran, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the status of BRICS partner country, that is Malaysia, and other countries of Islamic world have shown that contemporary colonialism is opposed by the strive of people for multipolar world, not only in the sphere of economics, politics, but also in civilization and cultural aspects. The right to preserve religious norms, the Holy Quran contributes to consolidation of common efforts aimed at protecting traditional values, including family values. It's not by chance that in summer, a summit of Muslim religious leaders in BRICS countries was conducted, and a resolution on cooperation was signed there. It is related to preserving moral values, family values, opposing to extremism, counteraction to terrorism. Religious leaders of Muslims in BRICS countries are confident in extending cultural dialogues because our stances are similar, and moral issues were touched upon participants representing various states when we speak about theology and practice.
The processes of shifting from one world order to another world order would testify the civilizational diversity as the instrument for the global development. It's been clear that the aggressive westernization of the secularism standards failed and the religion role increased. And when we speak about the rules in the world, we need to take into account the views of those believers. We need to ensure that the believers' rights are protected by law, and the Constitution provides for the traditional family. When we speak about the Year of the Family declared by Vladimir Putin for 2024, and we had also initiated the events for the Muslim family. For example, in the Moscow Mosque, we had the event dedicated to the traditional values in the globally transforming world. We need to ensure that we stick to the traditional family values for the integrational processes to overcome the challenges threatening the institutional integrity of the family, to make sure that we preserve their overall spiritual directions uniting our countries based on their cultural and religious principles. Their constituent substitutes of the Russian Federation and the coexistence of Christians and Muslims in the same territory demonstrates that we're able to build the polyfaith society, to create the model based on the unique experience dated thousands of years. In the work of our group of strategic vision, Russia-Islamic world is showing that. I've been working in the area of international affairs for more than 1/4 of a century. I'd like to say that the Russian Muslims and our partners in Malaysia are united by the cultural creative projects, for example, such as the exhibition of the Islamic group in Russia describing the North Islam. Malaysia demonstrates the example of the society where the belonging to the Islam tradition is going hand in hand with the modern technologies. The Russian Muslims for more than 20 years already had the competition of Chef Quran. We have the halal industry exhibitions. We created the halal standard. We are studying the developments in the area of Islamic finance. We are following the ayat. Help each other, and you need to help each other. With that, you'll be able to cover that. I'd like to give the floor to our colleagues, to our religious institutions of Malaysia. For the development of the Muslim infrastructure, for holding scientific and cultural and educational events together. Our community is ready to share, and there is a lot to offer to our co-believers. I also decided that I will defend my doctor thesis. I had the invitation from the Islamic University. I hope this will also become a contribution of our scientific cooperation. I'd like to take the opportunity and congratulate Rustam Minnikhanov with the order by Vladimir Putin. He was awarded by the first grade order, and I would ask that our meeting is successful. I'd ask for peace and prosperity to our peoples. I'd ask for the protection of God and passing all the challenges as soon as possible. Thank you so much. I would like to thank our speaker, and I would like you to pass to the chair of the association our gratitude for his participation in our affairs. You participate in our events, and we participate in the events hosted by you. That is very nice. Now I'd like to give the floor to the member of our group. I'm going to pass the floor to Metropolitan Kirill, Metropolitan of Kazan and Tatarstan. After him, we will provide the floor to Ramil Mavludov, Director of the Trade House Tatarstan in Turkey. Distinguished Rustam Nurgaliyevich, distinguished participants of the high-level event, Farid Mubarakshevich, brothers and sisters. By participating in this discussion under the blessing of Patriarch Kirill, first of all, I'd like to thank all the heads and participants of the Group of Strategic Vision Russia-Islamic World, as well as to our hosts, leadership of Malaysia, who are so hospitable. We are always grateful to our Creator that our country, our Orthodox Church, had the ties of friendship, ties of relations, and mutual understanding. As our holy books say, those who would like to make friends should be also friendly, and sometimes the friends have closer ties than brothers, and we have such a kind of friendship with our Muslim brothers. We've been going hand in hand through the calamities, disasters, and victories for centuries with them, and that contributed to international peace, which is now the glory of Russia. A unique example of such peace and agreement is shown by our Republic of Tatarstan, for which the God blessed me to serve. Our republic often becomes a role model, an example, and we deserve that. I would say that we are not only tolerant, but we love our people, and our Christians are working actively when building the mosques and madrasa, and our Muslim brothers are actively participating in restoration of our Christian holy places. We also have a lot of projects aimed at providing assistance to all in need, irrespective of their faith. That is the experience accumulated in our country, which contributes to building a constructive dialogue with the Muslim representatives in different regions of the world. The amazing and very deep and heart-touching speech of the Palestinian representative reminds us that we should not restrict our cooperation in material world. Our world is submerged into evil, and we need to contribute to winning over evil and darkness. We need to contribute by providing good. We cannot exclude Christianophobia as well as Islamophobia, because currently we see that the holy places are destroyed and there are a lot of religion-related killings and murders all over the world. And that happens in Palestine, for example, and in other regions. We need to remember, first of all, that we are not against flesh and blood. We are against the evil spirits here on the earth and under the sky. That's the words by the Prophet Pavel. And we should remember that the devil is the long-term enemy of all the humanity, and he continuously struggles against the humanity. Unfortunately, we have to face that struggle all the time. Darkness, which would spread where the light is off. And we hope that the cooperation between our peoples will benefit the whole humanity. Let the God be with us. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much for active participation in the activities of our group on the constant basis. I'd like to pass the floor to Ramil Mavlutov. He is the director of the Trade House of Tatarstan in Turkey. He is a member of our group. Just 26th-27th of November in Kuala Lumpur, there was the first International Business Forum, World of Opportunities, Russia-ASEAN. And one of the key topics which was discussed during that business forum that was done within the business dialogue of ASEAN, and it confirmed the mutual interest for the further facilitating of commercial cooperation between ASEAN and Russia. And the member of our group, Ramil Mavlutov, was one of the initiators. He did it together with Roscongress, and we also have the head of Roscongress, Valery Mezinov, here in our audience. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammedshan, distinguished guests, dear friends. I'm very happy to inform you that indeed in the capital of Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, on the 26th-27th of November, we indeed had the first International Business Forum, World of Opportunities, Russia-ASEAN. The forum was held on the 26th-27th of November, and its co-organizers were the Roscongress Foundation and the Corporation of Development of External Trade by Malaysia, MATRADE. The event happened with the support of the Minister of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation and the trade representative of the Russian Federation in Malaysia. The Republic of Tatarstan also assisted a lot in the event. For example, the Trade House of Tatarstan was the key partner of the forum. We had more than 350 participants at the event. Among those participants, we had the public actors, the representatives of business and scientific circles, mass media, experts, employees of the high schools, analytical centers, and young scientists. They represented more than 20 countries of the world. And I would like to highlight that approximately half of the population of ASEAN are Muslims. The forum was opened by a plenary session dedicated to the topic Russia and ASEAN countries towards the new stage of trade and economic cooperation. We focused on the issues of trade and export, the impact of transformational processes for the global trade and for the business cooperation between our countries, as well as the perspective for diversification of the trade and economic cooperation. Then within the forum we had the business dialogue, EU-AU, ASEAN, and approximately 5 specialized dedicated panel discussions related to trade, export, energy, digital transformation, information security, technologies, innovation, medicine, education, and the role of development of business links and tourism. I'd like to mention that one of such prospective cooperation areas was halal tourism. And this type of tourism was explained by Aydar Gazizov, the General Director of the International Center of Standardization and Certification of Halal, under the Spiritual Administration of Muslims in the Russian Federation. I would urge the Muslim tourists visit our country, where you will see safety, tranquility, care, and hospitality. I'd like to mention that Ayrat Hayrulin, the Minister of Digital Development and Information Technologies and Communications of the Republic of Tatarstan, demonstrated the achievements in that area. As you know, we are quite capable in digitalization of the state management, electronic document flow, medicine industry, communication, AI usage in the creation of the safe public area, using digital solutions in Islamic banking, and that experience was widely shared with the forum participants in Malaysia. We also had fruitful business meetings between the representatives of business circles of Russia and ASEAN countries, the oil and gas area, coal industry, those enterprises who worked in cybersecurity and digitalization, tourism and agriculture, had negotiations. We also had business meetings between the officials, the representatives of state powers, including the Malaysian ones. For example, we had the Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry of Malaysia, Malaysian Investment Development Authority, and MATRADE meetings. This forum was held in Malaysia for the first time. We greet such initiative of Roscongress Foundation. There are no doubts that this forum is very important for the business cooperation development between Russia and ASEAN countries, including Malaysia, where Islam is a state religion. I hope that the forum will be permanent, that will be held on the annual basis. I am sure it will contribute to the development of business ties between Russia and ASEAN countries, with a just and mutually beneficial cooperation between our countries. I am sure that it is of a strategic nature and plays an important role in increasing of the life level for our communities, will allow to find creative solutions of social and economical problems, to identify new common points for cooperation. I'm sure that will happen in future. Taking the opportunity, I would like to thank the Prime Minister of Malaysia, the Minister of the Investment, Trade and Industry of Malaysia, Investment Development Agency in Malaysia, as well as all the organizers and participants. And I would like to invite you to the Kazan forum that is going to happen in May in Kazan in 2025. I would like to thank all our participants. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, and now I would like to pass the floor to the member of our group, Secretary General, Dr. Hamid Favari Shahrai from Iran. And the next speaker, in the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, I would like to thank all the family.
President of Tatarstan, His Excellency Rustam Minikhanov, and Dr. Farid Mohammad Shin for the extensive efforts in organizing this magnificent conference, and Prime Minister of Malaysia, the Honorable Dato' Anwar Ibrahim. The emergence of a new world order has challenged the unipolar hegemony, and today we are witnessing the emergence of new regional and global powers that promise significant changes. These changes include political, economic, cultural, and environmental spheres at the global level, and countries such as China, Russia, Iran, India, and other global players are among the factors behind these changes. In this brief opportunity, I would like to highlight 7 key points about the conference theme. First, United States continue to insist on its unilateralism with military, economic, and cultural means, and spends a lot of dollars for its domination over the world, and pursue its policy through proxy levers such as the brutal and usurping Zionist regime, Ukraine, Taiwan, and some other countries, and demands serious obstacle to the spread of oppression, injustice, and greed to acquire more shares. For this greed, it has killed thousands of innocent women and children and made millions homeless in Gaza and Lebanon. And today, we are witnessing this evil Zionist regime destroying Syrian infrastructure and assassinating Syrian scientists and scholars. Second, the structures for achieving international peace after World War II have proven their ineffectiveness in preventing these crimes and have disappointed all justice seekers in the world. Among them, the veto power in the Security Council for the powerful victors in this war is one of the greatest injustices which continuously add to the accumulation of this historical oppression and prevents the world from achieving lasting peace and comfort in such a way that the statements issued by these organizations remain at the stage of words and do not reach the stage of action. The new world must find a new practical way with a new mechanism for solving global problems in which justice is the primary principle, not national interests. If international justice becomes the supreme global principle, then achieving international security will be possible, and each country will also achieve its relative national interest. However, if security and national interests are to be achieved by the cruel means, in the end we will all suffer. Therefore, our proposal is to establish a Justice Council instead of the current Security Council. In this way, the BRICS country can find appropriate mechanisms for establishing this Justice Council. Third, the inaction and incompetence of some leaders of Islamic countries in the face of war criminals in the past year, and worse, their continued cooperation with this usurper and oppressor Zionist regime is a serious obstacle to achieving a just and lasting peace. Without justice, no peace will bring rest to the world, but will encourage the oppressor to continue on his path. Yesterday, Gaza, then Lebanon, and now Syria. Will it now be the turn of another country tomorrow? فَاعْتَبِرُوا يَا أُولِي الْأَبْصَارِ. Fourth, the increasing power of global and regional competitors and their multiplicity have led to an increase in the number of actors on the stage of global war and peace. And this phenomenon has in turn complicated the factors affecting global justice and peace, such that simple solutions do not respond to the current problems of the world. Emphasis on respecting national interest against international interest will lead to cooperation aimed at destroying the world, not at cooperation for common global interest. We must balance national interest with the international interests. Fifth, among the matters that should be mentioned regarding achieving cooperation for the new multipolar world are the following: the growth of China's economic power and its global impacts, changes in the West Asian region, including international terrorism and the failure of Security Council members to deal with them and sometimes accompanying them, the movement of the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf toward an independent foreign policy and nationalism, the stability and resistance of Islamic Republic of Iran and Russia against unprecedented and comprehensive sanctions by the United States and European Union, and the ineffectiveness of these sanctions, Iran's significant advances in the field of drones and missiles, and in recent operation, the defeat of the superpowers' fame in the Red Sea by a deprived country like Yemen, the cooperation of the BRICS countries in producing a new economic power and a single currency against the dollar, and NATO's ineffectiveness in the war with Russia in Ukraine. 6. In such circumstances, it is necessary for countries aligned in the new global order to establish beneficial relations between themselves and create effective bilateral and multilateral relations, such as BRICS, to create new unions and economic, cultural, and political development. Also, Islamic countries can play their part in the new global order by forming a union of Islamic countries with the support of a united Islamic nations and trying to achieve a new Islamic civilization as a coherent regional supergroup with unity and coherence and greater intelligence among themselves. And then to introduce Islamic ethics to people, to create a positive image of Islam to the world, and to prevent Islamophobia. Islamophobia is a Western Hebrew project so that the world pays attention to Fail's mask instead of paying attention to the oppression of global arrogance and Zionist regime. The last and 7th, cognitive warfare means recruiting enemy soldiers from Muslim countries against Muslims. They want young Muslims to become enemy soldiers so that they do not pay the cost of the war themselves. This project will be successful if Western values replace Islamic values or are mixed with them in such a way that it becomes difficult for the young generation to distinguish one from the other. The tools of this value exchange are the media and social networks. Only intelligent individuals can good players in this soft war. We all must increase our media literacy to be resistant to these enormous dangers. And then, using Islamic knowledge, we should try to reveal the light of truth. And according to saying of Ali ibn Musa al-Reza, peace be upon him, if people recognize the virtues of our speech, they will follow us. فَإِنَّ النَّاسَ لَوْ عَلِمُوا مَحَاسِنَ كَلَامِنَا لَاتَّبَعُونَا وَالسَّلَامُ عَلَيْكُمْ وَرَحْمَةُ اللَّهِ وَبَرَكَاتُهُ.
Спасибо большое, доктор Шахрияри, за ваше интересное выступление. Я просил взять слово заместителя председателя партии «Справедливость и развитие Турции» господина Нихату. Пожалуйста, господин Нихату.
And I think the biggest cause of the Islamic world is the problem in Palestine and in Gaza. Genocide in Gaza, some of us is saying is the invasion, attack, or the killing in Gaza. I would like to bring them all in a word is the genocide. Killing the innocent babies, as the Palestine representative said, around 17,000 baby and kid and children is being killed. More than 10,000 the woman is being killed. Elderly people is killed. Hospitals are bombed. Mosques are bombed. Churches are bombed. Maybe the only 3 or 4 church has been destroyed and bombed, but you can be sure about now they don't want to attack both sides, but as soon as they have the opportunity, you can be sure they will do the same thing to the Christian world. Because I'm not saying the words against any Jewish people, any Jewish normal people. These words all I'm saying to the Israeli government, Israeli fascist government. After all, I would like to start with the words, some nice rose smells from the Anatolia. Dervish Yunus, maybe most of you know about him. He says, we tolerate what was created because of the Creator, Allah. And again, the Dervish Yunus says, love the created for the Creator's sake. And at the beginning of my speech, I would like to give the best regards and salam and best wishes of His Excellency President Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan to all the audience, all the participants. And in the last United Nations Assembly, he said, every year he is saying this, world is bigger than 5. Which is a lot of meanings in this. And most of our friends, they mentioned about the Islamophobia, and I would like to underline it. But before this, I would like to thank to Mr. Rustam Minnikhanov and his team, and also the ambassador of the Russian Federation in Ankara, for the invitation for myself, for this commission. As it well is known, the rise of Islamophobia, not only the fair Western countries, but also globally, is among the most dangerous threats against the international peace and harmony. Each and every day we are witnessing the Muslim people are being discriminated against just because of their identity, even the countries considered as democratic and civilized. Hate speech against Muslim people and the scared values of them are falsely named under the umbrella of the freedom of the speech and welcomed. Such hate speeches become more and more widespread, and they are not punished accordingly, and fuels further hate and radicalization. The world is highly sensitive against anti-Semitism, as it should be. What we are expecting that the same level of sensitivity and intolerance must be shown towards the Islamophobia as well. Rather than coming up with these ways of fighting against Islamophobia, most countries even turn a blind eye to the ongoing massacres in Palestine and other parts of the world. By considering these facts, as Turkey, we attach great importance His Excellency Vladimir Putin's statements emphasizing respect for the Islam and the Muslim people. I think a couple of weeks ago, His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Putin said, burning the Quran or attacking the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam cannot be the freedom of expression. Today, Russia, total population approximately 150 million. According to the different estimates, at least 10% of the whole population is the Muslim. Some estimates suggest that in all over the Russian Federation is around 15% is the Muslim. In some region of Russia, such as Bashkortostan, Chechnya, Dagestan, Ingushetia, Kabardin-Balkaria, Karachay-Cherkessia, and Tatarstan is the dominant religion. Additionally, the Muslim of Russia includes the people of Turkic descent too. According to me, I mean, the strongest relations between the people, between the countries, between the group, with the gain and gain, I mean, reaching the interest and the strengthening the interest between groups and between the countries, between the religion. We strongly believe that Russia and the Islamic world should increase their trade and economic relations on the basis of mutual respect and win-win principle. Imagine about the empty basket. Everyone can kick out the empty basket, but if you put many things in the basket, it becomes difficult to kick the basket. That's why we need to increase the trade, we need to increase the economic ties, we need to increase strengthen the economic ties, technological ties between the Islamic countries and Russia. Russia has now, as many of you mentioned, Russia has observer status in the context of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. The export of Russia to the OIC countries approximately $90 billion, which is 18% of Russia's total exports. And import of Russia from the member of OIC countries, almost 30 billion, which is only 9% of total Russian imports. More importantly, as Russia looks for new trade and economic partners, we believe that the share of the OIC countries in Russia trade will keep increasing. It's estimated also the trade volume between Russia and the Islamic world reached almost $160 billion in recent years. As the member of OIC, Turkey is the member of the OIC countries, our trade volume with Russia is approximately $56 billion, and only 11 billion of this volume is our export to Russia. In a wider perspective, we are pleased to see that our Russian friends are eager to deepen the relation with the Muslim world. And we are following such policies closely and provide our support. With this commission, with these meetings, if we can get the result of increasing the trade, industrial cooperation, cultural cooperation, science, and universities, it will be very good. The Muslim people of Russia and advance for Russia and the facilitate the relation between Russia and the Islamic world. I call them all volunteer ambassadors to the Islamic world. In this perspective, the head of Tatarstan, His Excellency Mr. Rustam Minikhanov, is also the chairman of the Russia-Islamic World Strategic Vision. The Russia-Islamic World Strategic Vision Group was created in 2006 following Russia's gaining an observer status of the OIC. Since then, the group had several meetings in cities like Moscow, Kazan, Istanbul, and Jeddah with the support of His Excellency of Vladimir Putin. And from now on, I will be very pleased to join the next meetings which is going to be held. The group aims at the developing relation between Russia and the Islamic multi-dimensionally relations in the areas including, but not limited to, international cooperation, Islamic finance and investment, halal industry and halal certification organization, science and the technology, cooperation in the business, industrial development, human resources, tourism, and culture. I would like to again raise Rustam Minikhanov and His Excellency Vladimir Putin for their efforts regarding the development of better synergy between Russia and the Islamic world. As Turkey, we will keep supporting such initiatives on the basis of mutual respect and win-win principle. Thank you and assalamu alaikum.
Вам огромное спасибо, господин Нихат, за ваше выступление. Мы таким образом завершаем первую часть пленарного заседания. Сейчас объявляется перерыв на обед. Мы всех приглашаем.
We invite all the people present here in this room to the solemn lunch on behalf of the chairman of the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia-Islamic World, Rustam Minikhanov. The lunch will be in a neighboring hall. So you exit this hall and there is another hall next to it. This is an Emerald Hall. Have a good lunch and we continue our work at 1:30. At 1:30. Thanks a lot. Enjoy your lunch.
If Izzat Saad is here, we would like to give floor to the Director of Egyptian Council of International Affairs, Izzat Saad from Egypt. Mr. Chair, distinguished Ambassador, Mr. Mohammedjan, thank you very much for this meeting. And first of all, I would like to provide my gratitude for the support of Mr. Minikhanov and the Russian team. I would also like to thank the organizing committee for the warm welcome and hospitality. Ladies and gentlemen, American policy in the Middle East truly embodies the main dilemma in our contemporary world, which is based on the stark contradiction between the desire of the West, led by the United States, to maintain its hegemony at any cost, including keeping global wealth for its own benefit and imposing its political and cultural principles on the entire world on the one hand, and the pursuit of the rest of the international community and the so-called global majority towards sovereignty, independence, and the right to ensure sustainable free development and obtain a fair share in the global economy on the other hand. The Ukrainian crisis has clearly revealed the depth of this division in the international community between just about 50 countries that believe that they have the right to impose their values, culture, and rules of the game on the whole world, and a large majority that is united by a common vision of international relations based on multilateralism, dialogue, cooperation, and partnership based on common interests and mutual benefits, non-interference in internal affairs, common security, and civilizational harmony, in contrast to the Western vision that is based on unilateralism, intervention and conflict, hegemony, confrontation, alliances, the zero-sum game, and the clash and conflict of civilizations. The widening gap between the US-led West and the global South, where Russia and China are the leading countries, is a reality. The countries of the South seem determined to reject US hegemony, and this is expressed not only by refusing to join the unprecedented Western sanctions regime imposed on the Russian Federation and other countries, but also by seeking to enter new groupings and forums that are seen as the nucleus or prototype of a new world order based on multilateralism, cooperation as a key element of the new world order. This is an alternative approach, including the distribution of international public goods, especially in areas such as global finance, trade and investment, technological standards, logistics, energy and food security, in a way that guarantees the country of the global South maximum sovereignty. In connection with this point, the intensive diplomatic and economic interaction of Russia and China with the countries of the Middle East, primarily the Arab countries and North African countries, has led many countries in the region to join the BRICS group, such as Egypt, Iran, and the United Arab Emirates. About 40 countries have expressed their desire to join the group as partners in such formats as BRICS Plus format and the Dialogue Partner format, which provides for broad participation of the countries of the South in BRICS activities. As Rais Rustam Minnikhanov mentioned in his speech, many Arab and Islamic countries have joined the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and they became member states or partners of the dialogue. And countries are striving to join such alliances, those which are open and transparent, that allows the country to protect their interests without any strict rules or mandatory principle of consensus. This is gonna become, and this already is, one of the aspects of the Russian foreign policy, which is open to most of the countries, both in the West and in the East. In the context of the fallout from the Ukrainian crisis, the West has failed to invoke the moral virtue of decolonization to rally the global South against the war and ensure boycott of Russia and join into the sanctions regime. What happened in Palestine on the 7th of October 2023 and the resulting war crimes, genocide made by Israel in Palestine, Lebanon, Yemen, have exposed their hypocrisy and double standards as a fundamental feature of the Western policy in our region and in the wider world. We have all noticed that the Western interest in white Ukrainian Christians has been met with little sympathy for the people of occupied Palestine, southern Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, Libya, and other crisis areas outside Europe. Talks of American exceptionalism or the indispensable nation has become a joke that provokes ridicule and contempt. It is clear to all of us that the support of Israel by the major Western powers is nothing but an extension of the hateful Western colonial and imperialistic legacy. Finally, I would like to note the positive developments that have taken place in Russia's relations with the Islamic world over the past decade, both in bilateral and multilateral frameworks, such as the Russian-Arab Cooperation Forum within the framework of the League of Arab States and the Arab countries' accession to numerous Russian initiatives in the context of the dialogue of civilizations and cultures. I would also like to emphasize that we appreciate the great efforts made by the Russian Federation during its presidency. And we see that Russia demonstrated a lot of efforts as an observer in the OIC. And during presence in Kazakhstan, we contributed a lot into the relations between Russia and other Islamic countries. I would also like to mention the great efforts made by the Russian Federation during its presidency of the BRICS group this year, which witnessed intense diplomatic and economic activities. And the latest, the most recent of which was the BRICS summit in Kazan last October, which was held under the slogan "Strengthening Multilateralism for Fair Global Development and Security." Russia has put forward many ideas and initiatives to develop the BRICS group as a model for a new world order, including the idea of creating an institutional framework for this group to set its economic and political agenda, coordinate the efforts of key countries on important issues, develop and implement the concept of a single currency or a payment instrument for the BRICS countries. It was also proposed to grant BRICS organizational functions and focus in the near future on the comprehensive development of BRICS Plus formats, including BRICS Plus SCO, BRICS Plus EEU, BRICS Plus ASEAN, BRICS Plus African Union, and so on. Once again, I would like to renew my deep thanks to the organizing committee of our conference, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution. As usual, that was a very interesting and meaningful speech as a member of a group. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Samigulin, the Mufti of the Spiritual Board of Muslims of the Republic of Tatarstan. And the next speaker will be Mr. Karimov. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, let me invite the distinguished partners of the Strategic Vision Group Russia and Islamic World to the cooperation of Tatarstan in the area of Islam development. I'll try to persuade you that we are able to work with foreign Muslim partners and with investments, and that we are ready to provide a lot of interesting projects to enhance our religion. The Tatarstan Republic is the Islamic center of our country. We have 1/4 of mosques. We have 2 madrasas, 2 Islamic universities, and the Bulgar Academy. We are also working on the development of the Islamic infrastructure. Tatarstan is the largest center of the development of the Islamic finance in Russia. Currently, the spiritual board of the Tatarstan Mufti worked on 17 Islam products: mortgage, cashback, acquiring, pension funds, accounts, leasing, trustship, and so on and so forth. Under our Sharia monitoring, we have 14 organizations. It's not just we develop the products, but we also have the Sharia audit of the further sales. That's why we include the doctors of Islamic scientists, knowing about the rights and titles, fiqh muamalat, IOFI certified experts. In Russia, we have only 11 IOFI certified specialists. 7 of them live in Tatarstan. Plus, in the Russian Islamic Institute, as of 2010, we have the certification center for IOFI, which allows us to train the certified experts. We also have the Quran printing, and the first printed Quran was published according to our standards, Kazan Basmase. The Mufti of Kazakhstan is continuing with the printing of Quran traditions. Rasmani of money, that's the standards which are being used for that. And that's why we also refer to the demands of the reprints. For example, the modern Mushaf was republished in Turkey and Belarus. We are also providing the handwritten Mushaf, and we have written that, and we are currently verifying it before the printout, and that is the contribution of our writers those who are writing in hieroglyphs. We would also working with the Dubai Sheikh, and he noted that it's gonna be a reference sample for those who will print it further. This is one of the most well-known projects in Tatarstan. But we deal not only with that, we deal with the works of Tatar religious science legacy and heritage. We have a lot of such works. We know that the works of Tatar religious leaders' works can be available in daru@kutub.com. That is the electronic library where we have more than 2,000 digitalized religious books that were published in Kazan earlier. We decided to make it available. We scan those books and then publish that on the above-mentioned website. We can see that we have a lot of very important scientific ideas. And the Bahrain Dr. Ibrahim Al-Murayhi's work was also published there. And that is the work dedicated to the religious activity of the Tatar theologists. And we would like to pay a separate attention to the development of the halal industry in Tatarstan that is ready to provide halal products and services of different types abroad and who are ready to import their products to Tatarstan. Our committee is the strictest certifying body in Russia. In Tatarstan, we also actively implement educational and training projects, Huzur TV, online madrasa, mobile applications. We are also filming the videos about Islam. We work with the youth, we develop infrastructure, and we work on charity as well. For example, in 2022-2024, the Muslims of Tatarstan collected the aid to our colleagues in faith in Gaza Strip. We were able to send 60 tons of humanitarian cargo. Rais supported us in that effort because, you know, there are a lot of complexities, and also the Ministry of Emergency Situations, which provided the dedicated planes to deliver the humanitarian aid. Those are just a brief outlook of what is happening in Tatarstan in those areas. We are open in all those questions. Let the God be with me and with all the humanity. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Kamil Azad, for your very detailed presentation about the activities of Spiritual Board. Now, I would like to give the floor to the head of Center of Partnership Relationship and International Cooperation, Honorable Kamil Agli, and the next speaker is General Director of the Union of Information Agencies of OIC, Mr. Abed Rabo Ayami.
Participants, dear friends, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is both an honor and privilege to address this gathering of distinguished leaders and thinkers who share a common vision of fostering collaboration and understanding between Russia and the Islamic world. This meeting comes at a pivotal moment in history as the global order is shifting towards a new era of multipolarity marked by dynamic changes and emerging opportunities. On behalf of ISESCO, Director General, His Excellency Dr. Salim Al-Malik, I extend my gratitude to our generous host, His Excellency Prime Minister of Malaysia, and to the Chairman of the Russia-Islamic World Strategic Vision Group, His Excellency Rustam Minikhanov, who continues to champion the values of cooperation and mutual respect. The partnership between Russia and the Islamic world is built on the foundation of shared values, peace, respect for cultural diversity, and commitment to sustainable development. ISESCO is proud to support and amplify these principles ensuring that the pursuit of the knowledge, education, and innovation remains central to our collective efforts. Russia, with its rich multicultural and multi-ethnic society, reflects many of these principles enshrined in the heritage of the Islamic world. This strategic dialogue is not just an acknowledgement of our shared past, but a testament to the immense potential of our shared future. ISESCO and Russian Federation demonstrated in many occasions a shared interest in strengthening the ties and exploring concrete strategies and collaborative efforts to empower the youth, foster intercultural dialogue, and lay the foundation for a more inclusive and sustainable future. In this regard, the years 2023 and 2024 can be called a historic for advancing the cooperation between ISESCO and the Republic of Tatarstan of the Russian Federation. ISESCO Director General visited Kazan twice to participate at Kazan Global Youth Forum and Russia-Islamic World Economic Forum 2024. We also had a delegation from Tatarstan visiting ISESCO in October 2023. ISESCO cares about preservation of cultural heritage of the Islamic world, and this applies also to observer states like Russian Federation. Recently, we registered the astronomical observatories of Kazan Federal University and Kazan Kremlin on Islamic World Heritage List. We are now in the process of registering other tangible and intangible heritage of Russian Federation to Islamic World Heritage List. And as our Director General, Dr. Salim Al-Malik says, ISESCO is not only registering Islamic cultural heritage sites, but also all heritage sites preserved within the Islamic world, including Christian, Jewish, and Buddhist sites. ISESCO announced 2023 and 2024 as ISESCO Year of Youth to emphasize the crucial role of the youth in building sustainable world and to enable the youth to align with the global advancements. On this regard, we commend the efforts of the Russian Federation, making Kazan a hub for the global youth initiatives. Today, we are witnessing that strategic vision group from a strategic initiatives becomes an active platform for interaction within the Islamic world. And we believe that the collaboration within SVG is a golden opportunity to leverage our strengths and resources to address pressing global challenges and create opportunities for sustainable development, from enhancing the trade and investment to promoting cultural exchange and understanding. However, building strong partnerships requires trust and building confidence. And the best and most efficient way to do that is the soft power. ISESCO, being the hub of the soft power of the Islamic world, stands ready to complement and enhance the efforts of the Strategic Vision Group by suggesting new strategic initiatives to deepen interaction between Russia and the Islamic world, such as establishment of the Russia-Islamic World Cultural Dialogue Forum, as well as academic and scientific exchange platform, bringing together the students and scientists from Russia and Islamic world, or establishing Peace Education Youth Forum, bringing together children and youth to foster peace and values in our future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, the partnership between Russia and the Islamic world is not just a matter of geopolitics. It is a testament to the shared aspirations and enduring connections between our people. ISESCO remains committed to supporting this partnership, offering its soft power as a bridge between cultures, a platform for innovation and beacon of hope for the multipolar world. As we move forward, let us remember that the greatest strength lies in our ability to work together, to learn from each other, and to build a future rooted in peace, understanding, and shared prosperity. Thank you very much.
Спасибо вам большое.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Karimov, for your very interesting presentation. And now, the floor is given to Director of International Communication and Cooperation of Islamic News Agency, Mr. Hisham Hidri. And the next speaker, in the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, on behalf of General Director of the Union of Information Agencies of OIC, I would like to thank Rais of Tatarstan, Rustam Minikamov. Ladies and gentlemen, may the Lord be with you. I'm happy to take part in this important event that is one of the international platforms of high level that promotes intercultural dialogue and promotes peace that is built on mutual respect and work for the benefit of common interests. When this event is regularly conducted in one of Muslim countries, it emphasizes the significance that Russia sees in its relationship with the Islamic world in the context of common values and interests, especially when we see growing interest to multipolarity. When Islamic countries can play a key role in solving global challenges, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the Union of Information Agencies of OIC, we are the main media unit of this organization, and we try to emphasize multilateralism through the following aspects. Number one is showing the opinion of Islamic world and global South regarding important issues such as political issues, for example, Palestinian issue, and we always protect the rights of the Palestinian people. We speak about violations from Israeli occupation, or, for example, issues related to the development, including fighting poverty, changing climate, and food security. When we speak about these issues from many sides, it confirms that we respect the principles of international law, we use various approaches, and it contributes to solving such problems. It prevents monopoly of some parties to manage these processes for their own interests. The second aspect is contribution to the exchange of news and information within OIC to prevent the monopoly of unilateral flow of media content, because it can result in prejudice and even disinformation. As you know, the establishment of constant organization structure for news exchange contributes to protecting interests to maintain cultural and spiritual values that have been the basis of our civilizations for centuries, and it also contributes to strengthening the efforts of our countries in terms of fighting Islamophobia and hate speech. The third aspect is exchange of experience and practices. In the Islamic world and global South, the Union takes active part in international conferences conducted in the member states, and it has concluded a lot of agreements with the leading media in the Islamic world, Africa, China, and Russia to exchange knowledge and information to improve qualification of journalists with regards to significant change that we see in media discourse, and also to play a role in strengthening media diversity. Your Excellencies, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia-Islamic World, headed by His Excellency Rais of Tatarstan, Rustam Minikanov, for significant efforts in cooperation with the Union within these three aspects. As a result, a number of important events were conducted. They are aimed at strengthening multipolarity in international media discourse, including the Media Forum, Russia-Islamic World, Practical Steps to Media Cooperation. This Media Forum took place in Moscow in December 2022, as well as forum that is the main areas of information space transformation in the modern world, and countries of OIC. This forum took place on the 15th of May within Kazan Forum 2024. These joint events established unprecedentedly good conditions for communication and mutual understanding between journalists from the Islamic world and Russia. It contributed to strengthen multipolarity, international security, stability, friendship between peoples, and I would also like to thank Malaysia for the warm welcome, for the excellent organization of this important event that is also part of its efforts and contribution to solving global problems. We wish you good luck, and may the God be with you. Thanks a lot for your presentation. And now the floor is given to Professor Abdullah Razak, Malaysia. The next person to speak is Ms. Sikan Kamran, member of National Assembly of Pakistan.
The organizers for inviting us to talk and to give our thoughts in this very august forum. I acknowledged earlier that our rector, Professor Osman Bakar, has spoken about the university and what the university is doing, and we fully supported what he is trying to do for the university. In the last 6 years, when I was the rector of the university, we enjoyed a very good relationship with Russia, particularly to the Embassy of Russia. The ambassador and his team has provided a lot of leeways to understand and to collaborate very well with Russia in many sectors, for example, in question of architecture, in the question of Islamic banking, and also more importantly, the question of social-cultural understanding. Malaysia do not have much exposure to Russia, and therefore understanding the values of what Russia is all about in the context of Islam is something that we treasure very much. This has been going on for the last 6 years, and I think there are many projects that is coming out of this in trying to bridge the gap between Malaysia and Russia, particularly among the youth, as spoken by many speakers before this. Understanding the soft power, where we can collaborate together, and in fact, in terms of the community as well. But one point that I would want to emphasize before I leave the office, we were trying to look at this multipolarity and therefore think that there are certain things that we need to redefine again. If the world has to move on into a very diverse world, therefore the understanding of the diversity needs to be understood in a different light. And we have organized a conference called the Sanctity of Human Life and Values. And this is coming on from what Gaza is going through. And we think this idea of genocide has to be better understood by Muslim communities and non-Muslim communities alike. And this conference, called the Conference of Sanctity of Human Life and Values, has been declared, I think, in July last year, with 9 articles calling to the world that we need now to understand what genocide is all about, not only in terms of Gaza, but way back into history. Many people have died because of colonialism, because of oppression, because of many other political adventure that is now being just silent because it happens in the West, because it is done by the West. So this particular conference is want to re-examine this again, and we want to look at how we define genocide so that it's equitable for everybody around the world. As you know, I think yesterday, the Hiroshima group or the Nagasaki group has been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize by the Norwegian government under the Nobel Peace Prize. And this is something that we think it is important because the recipients of that prize tells us where, although they say they are happy to receive this particular award, but they say more deserving will be the people in Gaza. The people in Gaza, according to the Japanese, has suffered a lot more than the people in Hiroshima. And therefore, that opens another room of discussion, what is actually happening around the world today. And as you know, also, Next year, there will be the 80th anniversary of the Hiroshima bombing and the Nagasaki bombing, and we are planning to use that as a kind of a platform to revisit the question of genocide and how we can be better understood and better dealt with around the world. We have got until now a lot of reception from people in other parts of the world. Geneva, Nuremberg, and other places has been calling on to us to make sure that this declaration becomes an important declaration. In this particular forum, of this interaction between Russia and the Islamic world as such. So thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Abdul Razak. Thank you very much for your speech, and I would like to pass the floor to the member of the Council of State Confessional Relations. And I'm going to give the floor to Kamran Sekhar, and then we're going to give the floor to Mr. Abdul Latifov.
Gracious, the most merciful. Excellencies and distinguished guests, members of the organizing team, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, may peace be upon you all. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the Russia-Islamic World Strategic Vision Group and the chairman, the Rais of Tatarstan, His Excellency Rustam Minikhanov, for timely organizing a meeting on such an important topic, interaction between Russia, Islamic world in the era of emerging multipolarity. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Malaysian government for extending gracious hospitality to us. I am optimistic that the proceedings of this session and its outcomes will provide an alternative common vision for Russia and the Islamic world, encompassing security and peace, energy, technology, and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, the global political structure is undergoing seismic changes, posing complex challenges for nations, states, and civilizations. In this fluid geopolitical environment, anxieties arise in both political and economic arenas, with significant potential for these underlying tensions to be exacerbated if we do not find viable solutions. It would not be incorrect to say that the era of the current international unipolar structure is over, and we must make every effort to frame a new political structure based on mutual respect for sovereignty, justice, equality, and above all, humanity. Distinguished guests, the fractures in global political structures are putting greater strain on global economics and trade landscapes. International trade is experiencing a deep transformation as emerging economic powers like China, Russia, and Brazil reshape trade patterns, challenging traditional Western dominance. This shift from a unipolar to a multipolar framework signals a crucial evolution in trade relations. With new alliances such as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, BRICS, and Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, fostering cooperation among emerging nations and increasing their influence on global trade rules. However, this major transition is not without risks. Geopolitical pressures, growing protectionism, and the challenges of economic fragmentation raise concerns. about the stability of global commerce, posing a substantial risk to unified multilateral trade policies. Ladies and gentlemen, as I outlined above, the global political and economic structures are undergoing tremendous stress due to geopolitical and strategic competition between pro-status quo powers and anti-status quo powers. I believe this provides a unique opportunity for both the Russian Federation and the Islamic world to enhance their dialogue and cooperation, which must encompass the entire spectrum of relations. Distinguished colleagues, the new paradigm of cooperation should be built upon mutual respect, equality, and an understanding of the cultural sensitivities of each civilization. It is very encouraging to note that in recent times, we have witnessed warmth between the leadership of the Russian Federation and the leadership of the Islamic world. The recent 16th Annual BRICS Summit, October 22nd to 2024, signifies this momentum. As 3 Muslim countries, namely Egypt, Iran, and United Arab Emirates, joined BRICS as member countries. Furthermore, the latest Shanghai Cooperation Organization Head of the State Summit from October 15 to 16, 2024, hosted by Pakistan, signifies a positive trajectory for this special relationship. Moreover, in 2023, trade between Russian Federation and OIC countries increased by 30%, showcasing the growing economic ties and mutual benefits of collaboration. Here, I would also like to mention growing diplomatic, political, economic, trade, and military cooperation between Pakistan and Russia, and the constructive efforts of Russia to bring stability in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from deepening political and economic interactions between Russia and the Islamic world, we must strive to build robust people-to-people contacts as well as inter-religious and inter-ethnic bonds between the two civilizations. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation has a combined population of about 2 billion and a collective GDP of approximately $27.949 trillion US. Russia is home to approximately 26 million Muslim citizens who make up to 15% of the country's population. In 2003, Russian President Vladimir Putin was invited to speak at an OIC summit, becoming the first head of state from a non-majority Muslim country to address the OIC. Currently, Russia holds observer status in the OIC, which underscores its commitment to fostering constructive relationships with Muslim-majority countries and highlights its strategic interest in strengthening ties with the broader Islamic world. Moreover, we must recognize the potential for collaboration in various sectors, including energy partnerships, trade relations, and joint counterterrorism initiatives, reflecting our shared interest in security and regional stability. The exploration of Islamic finance by Russian banks is another promising avenue, offering opportunities for both Russian investors and Islamic financial institutions. Distinguished guests, in conclusion, I would like to emphasize that the shift in global political thinking towards a multipolar world order is already underway, and the day is not far when the current structure will become a thing of the past. However, to shape the future in international political system, we need innovative approaches to cooperation and multilateral frameworks that accommodate the diverse interests of a multipolar world. Furthermore, it requires joint coordination and a balanced approach to decision-making to shape a just and fairer multipolar world order. In the end, I would like to join my colleagues in condemning Israeli illegal occupation of Palestine and genocide in Gaza. More than 44,000 people have been martyred, including children and women, in Gaza since October 2023. More than 100,000 have been injured and critically waiting to die when the basic health facilities are not available. This situation warrants immediate attention. Moreover, situation in Lebanon, Yemen, and Syria are equally concerning. Peace and stability are the only options, and our unity is the way forward. I'm hopeful with forums like this, we will be able to navigate these daunting challenges and come up with resilient solutions. Once again, I would like to pay my respects and thank the Rais of Tatarstan and the Malaysian government for providing us this great opportunity to sit together and deliberate these important issues and look towards a better future. I thank you all.
Thank you very much for your address. That was very interesting. Your words were very interesting. And now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker. And after him, we will have the director of the Foundation of Strategic Investigations of Tunisia. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammedshin, distinguished guests, colleagues. An old friend of mine, Farid Mubarakchevich, as usual, gives me the floor closer to the end of our sessions. And once I mentioned it to him, and he said that I wish you to say something in conclusion, although the conclusive remarks should be done by the moderator. I believe that those who are still here and who are here, they hope that somebody will say something wise. But if we think about it, we will understand that there were already a lot of wise words said here during this session. I would like to thank the Rais of Tatarstan, Mr. Minikhanov, who actually did a lot to implement the policy of a president towards the Islamic world. I would like to reiterate that actually he is the key ally and key promoter of the Russian and Islamic cooperation. I would also like to thank the Malaysian Prime Minister for the hospitality, for a brilliant speech. And we also remember the speech by Mahathir Mohamad, his predecessor, who also said a lot of good words towards Vladimir Putin after his speech in 2003 during the Islamic Summit in Malaysia. After his speech, actually, a lot of religious Muslim actors supported, and they were the leaders not only from Russia but from all over the world. On my way here, and that was a pretty long trip, I thought that the then young president of the Russian Federation had to go over 10,000 kilometers to find friends in the Islamic world. And when he felt that the old European friends started to betray us, he started to search the new ones. And indeed, Russia was able to find such loyal friends in the Islamic world. That is especially valuable in the situation when many countries declared sanctions towards Russia. The Muslim countries behaved with honor. Besides the oriental area of foreign affairs in Russia is a legacy which we had the Holy Prince Alexander Nevsky, who told the Russians, "You need to search for friends in the East," and that was said 1,000 years ago. Naturally, you should be really wise and courageous, so that Vladimir Putin, during the first years of his presidency, arrived and firmly stated the intention of Russia to participate in the OIC. And the Islamic Summit back then adopted a dedicated resolution where they greeted this initiative and provided for the joint project between Russia and OIC. Russia is now the observer, which was appreciated by the Muslim religious leaders as well as our Orthodox believers, who also supported us in those initiatives. But nonetheless, we still have to make sure that the current status in the organization should assist us in arranging the cooperation with the Muslim countries, as well as to strengthening the positive impact on international relations. This is said by me as a person who used to be the representative of Russia for 5 years in the organization. Actually, not many of the Muslim regions in Russia had religious leaders, except for the Mufti of Tatarstan, who would participate in that work. That is really bad, because the Muslim countries would like to cooperate with the regions of the Russian Federation. President of the Russian Federation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation always pay close attention to comprehensive contacts with the Islamic world, enhance the position of our country at the global arena. The participation of Russia in the OIS activities positively influence the stability and security of the Muslim country development and the Muslim society globally and in particular in Russia. It demonstrates the fact that the Islamic world used to be and still is a traditional partner and ally of Russia in the global policy. Because we also have the same attitude towards Russia, they trust Russia. The OIC and currently the organization was created in September 1969 in order to protect the rights of the Palestinian people for the creation of its independent state, to counterfeit the Israeli occupation and preservation of the holy places in Jerusalem. Currently, it unites 57 member states and 5 observer states, including Russia. Thereat, I'd like to mention that the Soviet Union was actively cooperating with the OIC and its previous organization. All those 50 years after the organization was created, during all the meetings of the summits, the resolutions on Palestine were taken, but the dialogue did not happen at the OIC venues. The basic issues for the resolution of which the organization was actually established are postponed. Today we heard the speeches of representatives from Palestine, and that's a reproach towards the organization and towards the Muslim community. The reproach that we were not able to insist on the resolution of the Palestinian problem. And currently we see that it is the Russian Federation which consistently protects the interests of the Palestinian people. The group of strategic vision which was created under the initiative of Russian President Vladimir Putin contributes to that a lot. I remember how it was established, and I remember that Yevgeny Primakov and Mintemir Shaimiev supported it. We also had constant attention paid by the Minister of Foreign Affairs Lavrov. The creation of the group allowed to outline once again the multipolar direction of the Russian Federation. I'm sure Yevgeny Primakov provided a lot of opportunities to provide impact at the Middle East and in other regions, in particular by participating as the representative at the Middle East Forum in Jeddah in 2003. Evgeny Primakov reiterated that both parties of the contract are putting the situation into the dead end, and under that circumstances the international community should enforce those parties to compromise for their benefit.
However, at that moment, the USA has monopolized the status of a mediator in the Middle East, and it impeded the implementation of Primakov's plan. That's why there was no progress there. And a literate person understands today that the key role, negative role, unfortunately, in this conflict is still played by the USA. Today we discuss the anniversary of Organization of Islamic Cooperation and interregional dialogue with Russia, and we need to understand that first of all the imperfection of Arab-Israeli relationship, the methods of old methods of solving conflicts provoke the cleavage between Muslims and non-Muslims. It results in instability in the region, and in future can have negative consequences for Europe, for the world as a whole, and for Russia as well. That's why we do need to quickly settle the Israeli-Palestinian and other conflicts in the interests of all religious communities and peoples of the world. More than once he spoke at a meeting of the Executive Committee of Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and I mentioned then that if we had developed a 25-year program of post-conflict stage-wide settlement of this problem, probably this problem would have already been solved. Quite a lot of good words were mentioned here. But in reality, no one offered specific measures to settle these conflicts. And unfortunately, this is the way it happens at all Muslim Islamic international forums. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Qussein Brakim Takam, does a lot to unite Muslim Ummah, protecting the principles of peaceful settlement of all conflicts, being moderate in Islam, and supremacy of civil identity over religious identity. And we see that a number of OIC member states raised the issue about improving efficiency of this important international organization, including by ways of reform. And first of all, we do need to have a reform of General Secretariat of OIC. We spoke about that more than once in Jeddah, and it was also mentioned by King Salman as the chair of the 14th Islamic Summit in Mecca on the 31st of May 2019. Together with the Turkish, with the Egyptians, we were developing the variants, how to reform OIC. We worked with the representatives of member states that were interested in reforming OIC. It means that we are observers, and actually we are not allowed to take part in solving key issues in this organization's activity. It happened more than once that at a meeting of executive committee of OIC, the delegation of Russia could not be present. Although once again, I want to repeat it, that the Russian Federation played a major role in protecting the rights of the Palestinian people and Palestine, and this role was bigger than that of many Muslim states. The Russian Federation on the 1st of October 2013 signed a framework agreement on cooperation, and twice a year we conducted consultations on the whole list of issues of interaction between Russia and General Secretariat of OIC. Political consultations were interrupted due to the pandemic, and I think that the primary task of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and General Secretariat is to resume these consultations and aim our cooperation in a more organized flow. OIC proposes not only to its member states but also to other states to approve a system of measures in the sphere of science, enlightenment, culture, information to fight Islamophobia, Christianophobia. Besides, one of the most efficient organizations of General Secretariat of OIC is an observatory about Islamophobia that prepares an annual presentation. OIC recognizes historical experience of peaceful coexistence of representatives of various nationalities and regions of Russia, and we do everything so that the potential of Russian interreligious dialogue could be used when fighting Islamophobia, Christianophobia. We have conducted this work together with General Secretariat, including the Patriarch of Moscow and Russia, Metropolitan Kirill, even at the meeting with the General Secretary at the Patriarchs, we agreed about conducting an annual conference in Jeddah and Moscow related to Muslim Orthodox cooperation. I think that this issue will be controlled by Rustam Nurgaliyevich Minikhanov as well. Dear friends, I think that Rustam Nurgaliyevich has done very courageous work. Although he is very busy, but he managed to conduct this anniversary meeting in Malaysia. This is a very relevant event, and once again it demonstrates to the whole world the relevance of Russian-Islamic cooperation for Russia. And once again I would like to thank the Malaysians. Once again I would like to thank everyone who cooperates in this sphere with the Russian Federation. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador. Being your friend, I did not interrupt you, although actually you were a bit outside of the agenda, beyond the agenda, but it was really interesting because you spoke a lot about the activities of our group, and you also provided some recommendations for our further work. On the 4th of December this year, the media of the Russian Federation, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia, the consultations took place. And there was a consultation between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and General Secretariat of OIC that you mentioned today, and specific aspects were discussed, how to activate our work, including conducting by the OIC General Secretariat a consultation round table about current issues related to our interaction. Today, our agenda is quite limited. Well, but still, we are trying not to interrupt anyone, and we have 10 more people to speak. And now I would like to give the floor to Director of International Fund of Strategic Research in the military sphere at the Problems of Security, Ms. Badra Galou from Tunisia. And the next speaker is Ms. Tatiana Timofeevna Batasheva. Thanks a lot, Mr. Chairman. I will not speak too long. I will follow the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, you should look for friends in the East. I would like to start my speech with the prayer for the people that died in Gaza and in the Lebanon. We know that now Islamic Ummah is experiencing the most difficult period in its history, and I would also like to mention Syria, Damascus, where the terrorists have become a political opposition. At the same time, the Nazi Zionist regime is conquering the territories of Syria under the excuse that was developed in the USA. The excuse is that they say that democracy has come to Damascus. And I would also like to mention the crisis in Libya and Yemen. And it is a shame to see the genocide by the Nazi Zionist regime in Gaza, and the world is just looking at it doing nothing. Russia pays a lot of attention to cooperation with Islamic world. When we speak about its turning to the East, this turn has become really significant for Russia and for Islamic countries to counteract Western influence. Taking into account that Islamic countries share the opinion of Russia, they counteract the imperialism of the West, that is actually a religious and ideological war against the Islamic world. In 2014, Russia started to turn to the East, and it started to change. And up to 2022, Russian politics had changed a lot. It started to contradict to the West more actively because the West was impeding Russia. Now I'm speaking about Ukrainian issue. And of course, the key role here was played by President Putin that started to determine the frameworks of a new Russia. Putin politics shows that he is forming the features of a new Russia. The West has refused Russia. That's why Russia has to turn to the East, not to the West. We think that in the near future, Russia will get a lot of benefits thanks to this turn within the economic cooperation that includes most important issues where it's possible to have efficient cooperation with Islamic countries, for example, oil and gas. This turn and this cooperation really irritates the West because the West thinks that Islamic countries belong to it and it exerts quite a lot of pressure on them. Moreover, turn to the East strengthens cultural cooperation with the Islamic world. And in its turn, it can result in strengthening political interaction and economic interaction. Russia is also striving for strengthening its position in international organizations that include Islamic countries to create a real balance in the world at the backdrop of Western pressure. We can see that today Russia has become a strategic partner for the Islamic world and it sees a strategic partner there that can help Russia to provide for a successful future. This strategy is quite similar to what Islamic countries are pursuing now when they strive for cooperating with Russia to determine new frameworks and new features of multipolar world that will be based on mutual benefits, equity, humanitarian values, unlike unipolarity. And this main pole that now has become the head of international criminal group actually. Now the key task of Russia and Islamic world is to develop multilateral cooperation. It is included in the Russian strategy of international relationship in various spheres. Now these relationships over the last few years have developed a lot after Russia became an observer in 2005 in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. And it allowed for cooperation with the Islamic world that is based on independence. We are trying to expand Russia's participation in the work of Organization of Islamic Cooperation so that Islamic Ummah and Russia could jointly solve social and economic issues when they get closer. Secondly, today there are both challenges and opportunities. Today, Russian policy is focused on establishing an equitable democratic world where international law will be respected just as the right of peoples for national identity, taking into account all specific aspects of their community. When we refuse the assumed legitimacy of American policy that imposes our values on us, to counteract this, we need to develop cooperation between Russia and Islamic world, including for providing international and regional security as well as for the exchange of rich heritage that Russia, the East and the Islamic world have. To strengthen dialogue between cultures and civilizations. Thirdly, our common strive for multipolar world is very important. We really need to believe in our opportunities, thanks to which we will be able to overcome all the changes in this world. Indeed, this is relevant. In the near future, the relationship between Russia and Islamic world will develop towards deepening strategic partnerships in various sectors, in the economy, in the sphere of technology, culture, religious relationship. And it is also important to develop not only bilateral connections but also to open new prospects for regional alliances that as a whole can change specific aspects of world politics. Today, Western international law is experiencing a collapse. And in this context, new initiatives in the sphere of economics and politics between Russia and Islamic world, the cooperation of Russia with OIC countries show that Russia wants to invest its opportunities and its potential to reach a sustainable partnership with Islamic countries. This partnership is not only aimed at economic benefits, it is also aimed at searching for stable rules when we speak about relationship in cultural and civilization sphere to guarantee the exchange of cultural and civilization experience between countries. Moreover, Russia and Islamic world play an important role in providing world stability and searching for new opportunities in the world that changes so fast.
In strengthening of economic ties, in strengthening of cultural and scientific dialogue. In future, that will provide us with a great amount of opportunities to ensure that Russia and the Islamic world would be able to achieve joint development and joint prosperity, as well as to ensure that the unipolar world rule will cease existing. They will do it together. The improvement of the relations between Russia and a number of Islamic countries is very important. President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, here in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, was for the first time present at the meeting of the OIC. And here in Kuala Lumpur, he provided a speech where he mentioned a few topics. The first topic is the importance of convergence between Russia and the Islamic countries. The second point, it was the historical prerequisites for such merger. Thirdly, President Putin spoke about the necessity to continue stop attempts to link Islam and terrorism. He also mentioned about the historical perspectives of cooperation between the Islamic world and Russia. To make sure that we have stable relations with the Islamic world, we also need to find the balance between different players in the international arena. That's why we always see the competitors in such arena, because they are striving to destroy its relations with the Islamic world. In conclusion, I would also like to provide a piece of advice. First of all, Russia has huge interest in strengthening the international direction, moving to the creation of multipolar world. Next, the cooperation with the Islamic world would allow to succeed in fight against terrorism. We are talking about the model of Russia and Islamic world terrorist fight, and not according to the Western approach, which actually gives birth to the terrorism itself. One more thing, the integration processes with the Islamic world would allow to develop economic and trade between Russia and the Islamic world. Such integration should also include production, energy, import replacement, specifically when we speak about the Western dominance. The fourth point is that the Islamic world may become the key strategic partner for Russia when we speak about the military and defense complex. Next, the relations between Russia and Islamic world will open great opportunities to ensure integration in non-economic areas. Also, when we speak about the multipolarity, if Russia, together with its strategic partners, will play a strategic role to guarantee the multipolarity, humanitarian justice, then that will destroy the efforts of America and the Western countries, those who are trying to prevent the multipolarity creation. I'd like to thank all those who are present here once again. I would like to thank the organizers and Rais of Tatarstan, Mr. Minikhanov, for the opportunity to speak up. Thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues. The floor is provided to the deputy of the Moscow City Duma, to Dr. Tatiana Batasheva. I would still insist that you stick to the time limits. And the next speaker will be the chair of the Supreme Islamic Council of Algeria, Dr. Zaid Al-Khair. Good afternoon, dear friends. Indeed, I would like to greet all the participants of our amazing meeting and to thank the organizers of this event. Naturally, when we speak about RISE and our moderator, I would like to thank for having such an opportunity to meet today once again. I would like to say that the Group of Strategic Vision Russia-Islamic World provides for a very important activities. The Malaysian University rector today mentioned that we need to work for peace for the sake of fraternity and brotherhood. And we would like to support his proposal with the hand of cooperation. We discuss not only the important agenda, but also the traditional values, the role of the family, and specifically the role of the family in the modern world. You know that we have a lot of challenges. The demography situation in the world is concerning. We have a low population. We have issues with the children's health. And one of the key areas is to ensure rehabilitation. It's one of the fastest developing area of medicine. And you know that there are no children who are not yours. That is the slogan for the Russian doctors and for Russian scientists. We created the Association of Pediatric Doctors who would assist our children. The Pediatric Rehabilitologist is an NGO, socially oriented organization. The key target of our organization is to efficiently help children to overcome their health restrictions and do that for the whole planet. And naturally, there should not be any barriers for the integration of such children into the society. And naturally, we need to think about the considerations both of medical and non-medical community. Those who stick to the health of children. We use the innovative methods which would allow to achieve serious results when we are fighting with the very serious diseases. One of the key areas of our work is to conduct annual scientific hands-on workshops on the children's health with international participation. Last year, we had representatives from more than 35 countries. Nearly half of the world are with us to make sure that our children could move, could live a full life. And it's important that our congresses are also held online. In such a way, any person can join and become a participant of our congress from any part of the world. We also have the training programs for doctors, for patients, and parents of our patients. And naturally, after the rehabilitation, our kids will not only improve their quality of life, but they will find their own place in our world. We're very proud of success of our children, and we're very happy to see how they develop themselves, how they fight against their diseases. We are ready to share our experience. We would invite you to cooperation. We'll be very happy if our colleagues from Malaysia, from other countries, will become the members of our association. Because when we merge our efforts in helping our children, we'll be able to do more. And we have such a great song with such great words. Keep our hands. Let's keep our hands to make sure that we will not lose ourselves by being single. And now I would like to proceed with a short video. It will demonstrate how we help our children with the serious diseases and how they will obtain new life and happiness due to our efforts.
Cerebral palsy is not a sentence, it's just another life. In this life there is room for happiness, dreams, big and small victories, and of course love. Each of our kids is unique, special, talented, and each of them is a real hero. Our children work hard since childhood, despite all the obstacles and difficulties, and they move only forward. Together with doctors and parents, our children make their first steps and grow. And we help them in everything, using modern and effective methods of treatment. It's good for us that science does not stand still, and every year more and more high-tech equipment appears that not only helps children to restore lost functions, but also makes rehabilitation an exciting activity. I've been treated here 8 times. I finally learned here to walk straight. Well, I learned to walk straight. I also want all children to walk straight. Our children achieve high results in sports. Our graduates have already conquered podiums of different sizes in dozens of sports from karate to soccer. They heroically won many medals in Russian and international competitions. Moreover, our children read poetry, sing, write music, and they are very creative. The main thing is just to believe in them and support them in everything, because that is what we adults are for. We are particularly pleased to observe how our children grow up, how they learn to live in this difficult world, how they make plans for their future, make friends, fall in love, create families and live a full life, giving a piece of this happiness to others. Especially in this moment, we as doctors realize that all our efforts, hopes and faith of the parents are really important. Cerebral palsy is not a sentence, it's just another life.
Colleagues, thank you very much for your attention. And I would like to say that that great family, the married couple whom you saw on the screen, they both had their cerebral palsy. And you see how happy they are, how they are in love, and now they are also athletes. And they play for our Paralympic team. That's the result of our work. And I hope that more colleagues from different countries will join to see more and more happy families all around the world. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Distinguished Ms. Speaker, thank you very much for such a video. I'm sure that all the members of the group and the leadership of our group will help you to the maximum extent to realize your programs. And I believe that in our efforts, we'll be able to send out the letters providing our support to ensure that around that international conference we will create more attention so that you could have more opportunities and more support. Thank you very much. And now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Jamal al-Dari, the chairman of the Iraqi National Project Party. And the next speaker will be the president of the Supreme Islamic Council of Algeria, Zaid al-Khair. The floor is yours. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, let the peace be with you. First of all, I would like to thank my dear brother, the chair of the Russia-Islamic World Strategic Vision Group. We'd also thank the government of Malaysia and Anwar Ibrahim, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, for their hospitality. I came from Iraq. Despite the situation in the region, they are currently exceptional and very difficult. And what happened with Gaza and with Lebanon that actually impacts Iraq a lot and impacts the region in general. But I really wanted to be among you today to make sure that the Iraqi voice could also be heard at such conferences, at such events, to make sure that the Iraq could also say its word. The Republic of Iraq, due to its geopolitical situation and its rich history, believes that international cooperation based on mutual benefits and mutual respect can be effective. That's why we confirm that the problem of the world, such as the Palestinian problem, which is the key problem at the moment, worth consideration. And currently we need to create a clear vision how to establish peace in that region, how to overcome all the challenges of our region. Currently we have a lot of tension all over the world. We have a lot of wars everywhere. For example, the Middle East has seen a war for more than a year in the Gaza Strip. Now we're looking at what's happening in Lebanon. Now we're very concerned at what's happening in Syria. We're concerned about the territorial integrity of the country. Distinguished brothers and sisters, currently the Middle East is the bomb which is ticking and which is going to explode. And we need to guarantee that the situation will change. We need to come to the agreement and together resolve the problems which were the reason of that situation. The international community were not able to resolve such a problem. That's why we are in such dangerous position. And it's clear that the current world order cannot provide an adequate solution. It cannot provide the adequate solution because the powers just incite the conflicts globally. And we do not expect that they would come to the agreement about the model of the peace establishment in the Middle East region. That's why we need to create the common opinion and common vision first of all, of the Palestinian problem, to make sure that we took the responsibility to respect the choice of peoples, not to interfere into the internal affairs of different states, and also to prevent the spread of aggression and creation of military groupings within the states, striving to change that state to a failed state, and to force the Middle East to set the Middle East on fire. Currently, Russia is holding this event as a partner of the Islamic world, and this partnership allows to develop new approaches to resolve the issues between Russia and the Islamic world. Russia urges for multipolarity. Multipolarity would allow us to achieve more justice in the resolution of the global problems, those who are threatening the global order. First of all, it's the terrorism issue, and we need to resolve it together to ensure prosperity and development of the countries all over the world. That's why Russia is especially interested in expansion of its partnership with the Islamic world. It's one of the key elements of its foreign affairs. And in conclusion, I'd like to urge this conference to develop a clear vision which could be implemented for the resolution of the old problems, in particular the Palestinian problem, as well as to oppose the Western countries who are trying to expand thanks to the other countries. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for your presentation, Mr. Jai Al-Darim. Now, the floor is given to the Chair of Supreme Islamic Court of Algeria, Mr. Zaid Al-Kair, and the next person to speak is Mohammed bin Abdulmakin Ariji, the Counselor of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, may peace be upon each of you. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished religious leaders, the world should develop a key concept of multipolarity, for this multipolarity to become a reasonable alternative to unipolar world, so that everyone would share common goals, everyone would respond adequately to the reality that we experience in this world. We need to have a new structure of international relations so that every person would feel that they are respected by others and that other people are not trying to resolve their issues at their expense, taking into account that Islam calls upon relations that are based on intelligence philosophy so that we can reach our goals together. Islam calls upon equality, dignity, taking into account specific features of all peoples and cooperation with all the representatives of humanity. And from Holy Quran, we know that once a person said to a great ruler, "You are my brother," without knowing him before. And the ruler was surprised. He asked, "Brother of whom?" He said, "You are my brother from Adam." And the ruler said, I will restore this interrupted connection. And in the context of this multipolar reality, when we speak about the state of relations between Russia and the Islamic world, we need to take it into account that Russia is the center and one of the poles of multipolar world. It is an efficient core. That is why Russia should play an important role in solving international conflicts. All the political problems taken into account that in Russia there are a lot of Muslims, and this is an example showing that dialogue between cultures is possible. And the course that Russia follows was clearly mentioned by its government at all international platforms, and we hope that this course will result in a better economic cooperation, for example, in the sphere of industry, economics, logistics, science, so that this relationship would be beneficial, would be mutually beneficial. And in the context of strategic cooperation development based on joint interests, mutual benefits, or refusing unilateral decisions in international affairs, Russia and Islamic world can build a new system together. This system will be extensive. It will be beneficial to everyone. It will allow all of us to achieve multipolarity, where people will respect values and traditions of all nations. And efforts will be made to protect peace and stability, in particular when we speak about stopping occupation in Palestine. Today, the equality Islamic Ummah calls upon is based on the system of humanitarian and moral values of Islam, because Islam teaches us how to coexist with all nations in peace. Muslims and Christians over the history have coexisted peacefully, and it is shown by historic publications and by the situation that we see now. For example, today we can give you the following example. In all Islamic countries, there are Christian communities. They are respected and protected. They live in peace with the Muslims. And on behalf of Algeria, on behalf of the government of Algeria, I would like to show my respect to this Supreme Forum. I would like to thank Russia and Malaysia for hospitality and for this historical meeting. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Zaid Al-Khair, for your very interesting presentation. Now, the floor is given to Muhammad Arafi from Saudi Arabia Kingdom, and the next speaker is Professor of National Islamic University in Jakarta. May praise be upon the Lord, peace to Prophet Muhammad and other prophets. I will not speak for a long time. I will follow the agenda, and first of all, I would like to thank His Excellency, Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, Rustam Minikhanov, for chairing this meeting and our group. And if the Lord allows us to do so, I hope that we will meet every year to achieve all our goals. I would also like to thank His Excellency, Prime Minister of Malaysia Anwar Ibrahim for his hospitality and for the good organization of this event. Distinguished guests, my country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is the motherland of Islam and Islamic world. It is the leading country in the Islamic world. In our territory, there are two main sanctuaries that are holy for all Muslims. You know that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hosted the meetings of the group in November 2021 under the aegis of His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz. May the Lord protect him. With participation of His Majesty Prince Mohammed bin Salman, may he be protected by the Lord. And this meeting had the following name: Dialogue and Prospects of Cooperation. And when we were organizing this meeting, we realized that this group was established upon the initiative of the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. And during the meeting in 2021, Saudi Arabia made a lot of efforts to strengthen the values of coexistence and respect and counteract terrorism, extremisms, and hate speech. So the things that the king did when he established the King Abdullah bin Aziz Center to promote intercultural dialogue with the participation of Spain, Austria, and observation from Vatican. This center is still functioning. It strengthens the values of dialogue, coexistence, and tolerance between all religions. The Ministry on the Affairs of Islam in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, headed by Dr. Abdel Sheikh, is disseminating the values and it educates people through religious studies that theologians teach from our ministry. And within our Vision 2030 that was developed by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have an understanding of the way our country will look like by 2030, and quite a lot of attention is paid to the values that we are discussing today. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, since the very beginning of the Palestinian crisis, has played an important role in the attempts to stop this injustice in Palestine and to stop this hate speech. And probably you have already seen the international coalition that was established upon the initiative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that goes upon a solution that will suit for both the countries. And El Riyadh hosted a summit about Palestine headed by Prince Mohammed, where they discussed how to solve the current political crisis. And in conclusion, I would like to highly appraise the relations between Russia and Saudi Arabia. Indeed, this relationship has deep historical roots because the Soviet Union was one of the first countries that recognized the independence of Saudi Arabia after it got united, and Russia continues this matter. It understands the Islamic world, the Eastern world, the Middle East, and now it develops relationships with the East and the Islamic world. And if the Lord allows us to do so, these relations will lead even to a higher success. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your presentation. And now, I request to take the floor Professor of National Islamic University in Jakarta, the chairman of Global Center for Moderate Islam, Mr. Shamsuddin. And the next person to speak is the Ambassador Sorkil Mahmood, General Director of the Institute of Strategic Studies, former Minister of Foreign Affairs from Pakistan. The floor is yours.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to present a short paper as the continuation of the previous one in Kazan last May, under the title Russia-Islamic World, a Viable Multicultural Collaboration for a New Global Ecosystem, with a bit reference to the Kazan's declarations of the BRICS 2024 last October. This meeting in Kuala Lumpur is timely and quite relevant to the world situation today. The world has shown dynamic and escalative development in many parts of the globe. Human tragedy and genocide by Israeli troops has been continuing since last year in Gaza and now extending to Lebanon. What is happening in Syria, in my opinion, cannot be separated from regional conflict surrounding it, derived from the way many countries must respond to the endless tension in the region. The perpetuate conflict between Israel and Palestine has inevitably impacted the region and the world due to its ethnic, religious, and human dimensions. The Islamic world is by no means concerned and obliged to the cause of the Palestinians, the independence of the Palestine, and safeguarding within it the Masjid al-Aqsa. It is pertinent in this regard to see the position and role of the Russian Federation as an observer to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, as well as country with a great power. The Russian Federation is imagined to be a part of the problem solving. It is in this context, alliance and collaboration between the Russian Federation and the Islamic world is noteworthy and viable to be materialized in this multicultural world. We are now living in multicultural and multireligious societies. No single society that is monolithic. All great cultural and religious traditions have to deal with plurality and diversity of cultures and religions. These pluralities are both given and generated. As mentioned in many verses of the Quran, God created mankind into races and ethnicities with different skin colors, languages, and cultures. Plurality of religions is also a part of God's will. Indeed, plurality is observable signs or evidence of God Almighty for intellectuals, knowledgeable persons. Multiculturality has also been a logical consequence of the world in the post-Cold War period. Though some have viewed the world in this period is going to be monolithic through the implementation of global capitalisms and liberal democracy, which is seen as the best form of human governance, yet the world has shown a tendency of multiculturalization. The stream of globalization, launched in the second part of the 20th century, has now transformed into the need for deglobalization. Cultural and religious plurality becomes more complex in line with development and interaction between people from different faiths and cultures. Plurality is resulted from creativity and adaptation of people to cope with realities, changes, and challenges. Thus, multicultural society is a natural phenomenon and a plausible consequence in the development of nations throughout history. The Kazan Declaration on Strengthening Multiculturalism for Just Global Development and Security resulted from the BRICS session at Kazan, October 2024, is much appreciated. Though multiculturalism as an ism received criticisms due to its tendency of cultural integration of different ethnic and cultural groups to the existing laws and values, yet multiculturality is an inevitable condition of human civilization. In international relations, unilateralisms that perform the domination and hegemony of one nation over the others has been rejected and replaced by multilateralisms. The Kazan Declaration in 2024 suggested the enhancement of strategic partnership between peoples and nations through the promotion of peace, more representative, fairer international order, reinvigorated and reformed multilateral system, sustainable development and inclusive growth. It is in this context the viable collaboration between the Russian Federation and the Islamic world may well be discussed. As two world great powers, Russia and the Islamic world might well be strategic partners in building a new global ecosystem based on peace, justice, and prosperity. The two parties share both great human and rich natural resources, with Islam as a religion for progress and development. The Muslims in 57 sovereign countries and outside the Islamic world, including the Russian Federation, may function instrumental and play important role in that collaboration. Two, Russia, with its glorious past and mastering of science and technology, may well contribute to the innovative, constructive collaboration. The only prerequisite is that such collaboration must be laid down on a strategic planning with a concrete plan of actions for the future. Therefore, collaboration between the Russian Federation and the Islamic world need to be based on the strategy of struggle for, rather than struggle against, any existing powers in the world. Yet, that strategy of collaboration for a new world order should take the form of transforming accumulative global damages stemming from the old world system into a solid actions for damage control. By so doing, the new collaboration should emphasize equality, equity, and meaning. Certainly, such a new ecosystem of the world civilization necessitates unity and peaceful coexistence of all nations, regardless of religion, nationality, culture, and ideology. The new global ecosystem must transcend and even deconstruct the living perception that has divided the globe into West and East, or North and South. Building the new global ecosystem must also be based on the respectation of human dignity and human fraternity, stemming from the belief of unity of creation, unity of existence, unity of knowledge, and unity of history. Therefore, the new global ecosystem will be founded on theocentristic values and meanings. Last one, the way forward. The Russian Federation and the Islamic world collaboration may well be conducted through three main areas emphasized by the 2024 BRICS Kazan Declaration. One, enhancing cooperation for global and regional stability and security. it is important and urgent for the two parties to take any political measures together to stop genocide and human tragedy in Gaza and south of Lebanon, as well as in other parts of the world. The steps may take the form of diplomatic way in the United Nations or other possible ways to get rid of unjust unilateral and multilateral coercive action by a nation or group of nations over the other nation of international arena. By the same sign, collaboration will include the enforcement of all UN resolutions, especially on countering Islamophobia. In this context, Russia may challenge the fatoic power that tends to perform double standard and unjust behavior and a decision of International Criminal Court on genocide and other crimes against humanity. 2, fostering economic and financial cooperation for just global development. In line with and in addition to what the Kazan Declaration has covered, viable multilateral collaboration between the Russian Federation and the Islamic world may include trade and exchange of natural resources, oil and gas, and other commodities needed by the two communities reciprocally. Such collaboration has been undergoing between Russia and Indonesia, for instance, through the engagement of Russian Trade Office and several Muslim business people. There are many trade and business opportunities between the two parties, namely between Russia and different individual countries, Muslim countries. It is important for the Group for Strategic Vision between the Russian Federation and the Islamic world to think about the creation of a business corridor, such as Russia and certain Muslim country business corridor. The corridor will serve as a vehicle for further economic collaboration between the two parties. 3, last one, strengthening people-to-people exchanges for social and economic development. Collaboration may well be conducted by exchanging artists between Russia and Muslim countries. Russian Muslim fine arts and artists will convey a good perception among community in Muslim countries about Russia and Islam in Russia. Still pertinent in this area is strengthening educational and scholarship exchange between Russian educational institutions and those of respective Muslim countries, both in lower and higher education. Further in this regard is conducting joint research in the field of science and technology, either through collaborating research and development institute or through sistering universities in both sides. Finally, collaboration between Russian Federation and the Islamic world, either in the form of government-to-government bilateral relationship, or between non-state actors, people-to-people relationship, or people-to-government, are viable in the future. This multicultural relationship will enhance friendship and solidarity, which in turn will pave the way for global peace and security. It is in this regard, Group for Strategic Vision between Russian Federation and the Islamic world will strengthen not only between the two parties, but also among civilization at large. As a result, a new global ecosystem may appear, replacing the old one that has created a cumulative global damages. It is the time to change the world, to move it from an hegemonic unilateralism to an equal and just multilateralism. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Mr. Shamsuddin. You always have very interesting presentation and you always contribute a lot to our efforts. And now I would like to give the floor to the extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador of the Institute of Strategic Studies of Pakistan, The next person who is going to speak is the head of the confession relationship in Bashkortostan.
Participants, it is a distinct honor to participate in this August forum, focusing on interaction between Russia and the Islamic world in an era of emerging multipolarity. Our deep thanks to the Malaysian government for hosting this meeting and making excellent arrangements. Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim delivered an inspiring address, highlighting the formidable challenges we face and making valuable suggestions for practical solutions. We are also profoundly grateful to His Excellency Rustam Minikhanov, Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, for so ably leading the Russia-Islamic World Strategic Vision Group. This platform has made a tangible contribution to bringing Russia and the Islamic world closer, fostering mutual understanding, respect, and trust, and promoting collaboration across diverse fields, including diplomacy, security, economics, and culture. Islam and Christianity have peacefully coexisted in Russia for centuries. In modern times, Russia's principal position under President Putin against the scourge of Islamophobia has elicited high respect and appreciation among Muslims across the world. Russia's rejection of the post-9/11 canard in certain circles of linking Islam with terrorism is equally appreciable. Equally important is the consistent support that Russia has extended on some of the key issues of concern to the Muslim Ummah, especially the Palestine issue. Excellency, our focus in this meeting on emerging multipolarity is apt and timely. It is clear that the post-World War II order is facing increasing challenges and a far-reaching transformation is taking place. Besides Russia's strategic salience, the rise of China is a major driver of this change. New actors with economic and political heft and growing agency are assuming larger roles. The middle powers and the global south are poised to shape this emerging order. The Islamic countries figure prominently in these two sets of nations. Their common aspiration is to have a just, fair, inclusive, and equitable order. Russia's priorities are also along similar lines. As such, the Islamic world and Russia are natural partners in efforts to build a stable, democratic, and non-discriminatory multipolar world. This meeting's deliberations and final recommendations would provide a key input into how we synergize our efforts and promote this shared objective. Excellencies, one of the most formidable challenges being faced by our world today is the highest level of military conflicts since the end of World War II. There are at least 52 active armed conflicts involving 96 countries across the globe. There is increasingly a resort to use of force to settle differences and disputes. The human and economic cost of these conflicts is phenomenal. So are the consequences of the genocide against the Palestinians being waged by Israel in full global glare and with complete impunity. It cannot be condemned enough. Israel's willful disregard of international law and international humanitarian law has posed a mortal danger to the established norms as well as time-honored principles of justice. In this context, our foremost priority in this forum has to be a resolute effort to uphold international law and the UN Charter, facilitate peaceful resolution of long-standing disputes, ensure implementation of the Security Council resolutions, and strengthen UN-centered multilateralism. It is proposed that the Strategic Vision Group take up this task formally and institutionally and build a strong partnership with the UN Secretariat and especially the Secretary General and the President of the General Assembly. The United Nations General Assembly is our only collective home built on the principle of sovereign equality. We must make every effort to save it from redundance, to further empower it, and to enable it to spearhead our struggle for the primacy of international law, the UN Charter, and multilateralism. Last but not the least, BRICS, along with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, has emerged as an important forum dedicated to the vision of a multipolar world. Pakistan has also reached out for its membership. It is our earnest hope that the BRICS expansion process, including its partners segment, would move forward in an inclusive manner and that our aspiration to be a part of this family could be realized at an early stage. Together, we can all build an edifice of cooperation that is deep and meaningful and contributes concretely to the process of a multipolarizing world. I thank you for your attention.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for your speech and the floor. The floor will be taken by Azad Fattahov, the head of the council at Bashkortostan. And the next speaker is going to be the deputy head of the center in Uzbekistan, Ferdaus Halimov.
Sulamat Pitang. Ассаламу алейкум ва рахматуллахи ва баракату. Уважаемый Фарид Мубаракшевич, дорогие.
Distinguished Farid Mubarakshevich, distinguished guests, I'm happy to greet you and voice a very warm welcome to the members of the meeting of the Strategic Vision Group Russia-Islamic World. On behalf of Khabilov, Russia, where millions of Muslims live, is an integral part of the Muslim world, and Islam, together with Christianity, is the deeply rooted religion, an integral part of the Russian history, which is embodied in the mentality, nature, and character of the peoples of our motherland. The Republic of Bashkortostan, as one of the largest Russian regions, has unique experience of international and interfaith dialogue and cooperation. For many centuries here, we had more than 100 different nationalities peacefully coexisting in this territory. Ufa, the capital of Bashkortostan, in 1788, by the order of Catherine II, created the first spiritual administration of the Muslims of Russia. That was the Spiritual Board. And we are very proud to say that Bashkortostan is the historic center of Russian Islam. Here we have the cultural, creative, political elite of Islam. People were founded here. Currently, we cooperate with the Muslim Eastern countries, and thanks to that cooperation, we raise the bar. Bashkortostan has more than 1,500 mosques under the umbrella of the central administration headed by Talgat Hazan Tajuddin and the spiritual board of Bashkortostan under Mufti's leadership. During centuries, Ufa is one of the key areas of Muslim education. We have the Russian Muslim University, which is the follow-up of Marti Sagiliya University. Shamsuddin Zaki, Galisa Karizi, Kangmali are the names which are closely related to the Madrasa Galiya, And you know, the outstanding diplomat, the first plenipotentiary representative of the Russian Federation, Karim Hakimov, you could not overestimate the value and the role of his into the development of the relations with the Arab countries and Soviet Union. Our world is changing dramatically, and due to the principal standpoint of Russia and the standpoint of our President Vladimir Putin, the world order is currently created in the direction of just and fair model, including the moral values. Our difficulties, which can be seen very brightly during the difficult times, will provide additional resilience to our country. And that is the legacy of our wise predecessors. We need to follow up on that, and we need to continue enhancing the cooperation and mutual understanding between different ethnicities, faiths, and peoples. I'm sure we'll be able to overcome all the obstacles and achieve the prosperity and well-being. I wish you all faith, good, loyalty, loyal friends all over the world. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you very much, Azat Maratovich. We do remember how we held in 2019 one of the best meetings in Ufa. That was a dedicated meeting. We had the head of the region participating in that meeting. We remember it very well. Thank you so much. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Halimov. He is the head of the Ministry Administration of Uzbekistan.
Distinguished Chair, distinguished participants of the meeting, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the distinguished Rustam Minikhanov Rais of the Republic of Tatarstan, and to Farid Mokamedchin for the invitation to take part in this meeting of Group of Strategic Vision, Russia-Islamic World. Interaction in the era of emerging multipolarity. Distinguished participants of the meeting, the idea of this forum is quite similar to what the President of Uzbekistan mentioned in 2013 in the UN when he was speaking about a humanistic and peaceful nature of Islam. In his speech, the President of Uzbekistan announced the establishment of the Center of Islamic Civilization in Uzbekistan, and today, after several years of intensive works on building this unique edifice in traditional Muslim style, we approached the moment when we start to implement our program to make this center our largest enlightenment platform. Its task is to study and popularize rich heritage of Muslim scholars and their contribution in global civilization. The exposition of the history of Islamic art of the Central Asia, the library with rare books by Muslim authors, will serve for popularization of the idea of enlightenment in Islam, its peaceful and humanistic nature. Another important task of this center is to develop cooperation with international organizations and scientific centers to improve the dialogue. We also should remember that when we speak about the development of science, culture and art, it was always possible to unite these countries, and it resulted in the establishment of big scientific and cultural centers. The history has shown that the uniting force of our religion, Islam, with the motto of creation and enlightenment, has always given new discoveries to the world, new genius of science and art. The names of Muslim scholars, including people from Uzbekistan, brightly demonstrate it. There is a plethora of theologians and scholars such as Imam Bukhari, Imam Tirmizi, Imam Maturizi, Imam Nasafi, Al-Kharizmi and Al-Farghani, Abu Ali ibn Sina and Abu Gharqam bin Rundi, Mirza Ulubek, and many others created the works of art and made discoveries that became the heritage of the whole humanity and Muslim world. Unfortunately, contemporary world became the arena of new conflicts between the representatives of various religions. In spite of overall progress, it is not always possible to avoid wars, conflicts, and acts of violence. Quite frequently, they stem from religious factors. Because of the influence of some political forces, we see the attempts to change attitude to Islam to negative side, and this drive is based on ignorance, both secular and religious. In this regard, we think that it's our important task to study and protect Islam. We should speak about enlightenment and cultural achievements of Islam. We should popularize its humanistic nature. The main idea that was mentioned by the president of Uzbekistan is to fight Islamophobia and ignorance through enlightenment and through the propaganda of heritage of our great ancestors that contributed a lot to the development of global civilization and culture. For the implementation of this idea, we have not only the center that I mentioned, but also other important structures that were established in Uzbekistan recently. They include research centers, Imam Bukhari Center, Imam Naturizi Center, Imam Tirizi Center, and today we call upon the participants of this forum to improve joint research activities, to organize a joint museum exhibitions, seminars and forums, and to arrange joint projects devoted to studying and popularizing the works of our great thinkers. We need to actively raise the awareness about the scientific and spiritual achievements, our human qualities, and we need to speak about the humanitarian essence of the classics of literature and masters of art, and all of that is possible only if we have close international cooperation. I'm sure that as a result of our collective efforts, we will have new discoveries and fruitful work that will allow the whole world to objectively look at our holy religion, Islam, to see its depth, beauty, and its relevance in all its diversity. And I think that it will be appropriate to include the idea about the humanitarian, creative, and peaceful nature of Islam in this resolution, to mention its great potential in the sphere of harmonizing public relationship, following spiritual, moral values, and strive for fighting ignorance through enlightenment. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Mr. Kalima, for your presentation. Now, we announce the discussion open. Are there any other people that would like to present? Yes, please. Distinguished members of the meeting, the chair of this meeting, we're happy to welcome you. May the God be with you. I would like to make a brief observation. We'll try to be really brief. First of all, a lot of time has passed and we have heard lots of presentations of our dear brothers about Islamophobia or Christianophobia. And we also heard a lot about terrorism, but we need to know that terrorism has no religion. In Islam, there is no terrorism. In Christianity, there is no terrorism. And we should promote normal religious culture, no matter what religion it is. However, our youth that is trying to follow religion is recruited by Western special services to become members of terrorist organizations. And secondly, we would like to confirm the high appreciation of relationship between Russia and the Islamic world, and thanks to the will of the Lord Almighty, this relationship will bring its fruits in the future, and they are already bringing their fruits. Thirdly, many presenters, including the Prime Minister of Malaysia, mentioned that after the French Revolution, Europe announced that they would build the relationship based on respect, freedom of speech, respect of law. But now we can see the dissemination of Islamophobia. Indeed, this is the case. We can see various forms of Islamophobia. They are disseminated by the media, by some schools that were specially established for this purpose. And I personally visited many European countries, and I got familiarized with their course, with their culture, and I can see that it is necessary to interact with these countries by means of dialogue, by means of peaceful, respectful dialogue for us to solve this problem. And now I would like to mention my idea that is related to the UN. Initially, it was called upon fighting colonialism, but now we can see the most awful form of colonialism. We can see a land being conquered. We can see that people living in this land are being displaced and killed. We can see women killed and children as well as elderly people are killed. We can see that all the resolutions of the UN are not respected. I'm speaking about humanitarian resolutions and international law. We can see that soldiers are just destroying them with their boots all over the world, and everyone is silent. Yes, we can hear some voices, but unfortunately these voices are not loud enough. Speaking about the last part of my observation, it is related to multipolarity. The call upon multipolarity is a great call. However, it's not enough for us just to explain what the problem is and what disease we're suffering from. We need to find a medication for it, because any doctor that has diagnosed a disease should prescribe a medication to cure this disease, and our disease is the domineering by the West. We can see it all over the world. We can see it in the activities of the UN. We have noticed this domineering. We understand these problems, but we need to find a remedy. because we need to solve this problem. We need to solve the problem of UN. We need to have one of two things. We should either reform the UN, I'm speaking about Security Council in particular, because reforming this organization through revising all the principles on which it is based and revising the authorities of the UN through which this organization will oppose colonialism, lack of justice, and displacement of peoples from their lands of origin. I know that if this idea is proposed to the Security Council, the first people to raise the hand to prevent the UN reform are from the majority of countries that have the right of veto in the Security Council, including the USA, the Great Britain, and others. That's why we need another solution. Another solution is really complicated, but unfortunately, we do not have another choice. That is to suspend the existence of the UN in the current form, just like in the year 45, the League of Nations was terminated after the Second World War, because the role of the League of Nations has already finished. It wasn't able to prevent conflicts in the contemporary world. That is why the UN was established, but currently the UN is even weaker than the League of Nations was in 1945. And with regards to changed conditions to the appearance of new powers in the world, for example, the fact that such a country as Great Britain, that used to be a great power at that time, is just an ordinary country now. We need to have a new organization, and for these purposes we need to make several steps. Step number one is that all the countries that are criticizing the UN should exit this organization for it to collapse by itself, and after that the world will establish a new organization at an international level. And I would also like to assure you that at all platforms, including the UN, we should not ask for the UN reform from anyone. So if we want to do something right, we should not ask for it. We should do it by ourselves. Russia, China, South American countries are able to establish a new organization of United Nations if the Lord allows us to do so. And in this regard, more than 15 years ago, I wrote a letter to Hugo Chavez, the president of Venezuela. I wrote him because I thought that no one but this president was able to propose the initiative of establishing a new UN organization. I also wrote to the president of Iran, Ahmadinejad, but unfortunately this idea did not come to life. And in conclusion, I would like to request the organizers of this conference about the following. We request that Senegal should be the place for conducting this conference. For 2 years we have asked for it. We want Senegal to contribute to hosting these meetings, and I hope that you will satisfy my request. Thank you. Thanks a lot, distinguished Sheikh. Indeed, you shared a very interesting idea, and we will discuss your ideas at our expert council, and tomorrow there will be an opportunity to continue our conversation about these aspects. And finishing this meeting, I would like to mention that all the people that had signed up had spoken. We had 34 speakers, and thus we're finishing the plenary session. The closing remarks Rose is supposed to be mentioned. I guess that in the evening, once again, We will look at the recording of this meeting, and probably tomorrow in the university we will make a brief summary of this meeting. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning we gather at the entrance and leave to the International Institute of Islamic University of Malaysia, and we will stay there until 1:30. I'd like to remind you that from 9 to 12 we have a dialogue session. At 12:15 we have a group photo meet, and we have a lunch in the university, and the event finishes at 1:30. We return to the hotel, and after that we will have some free time at 7:15, from 7:15 to 9 p.m. It's possible to attend a meeting in the Museum of Islamic Culture if you want. So we will request you if you want to come, and if you do, you can come. Thus, we are finishing. At lunchtime, the official part of our meeting. So I would like to thank everyone for being patient, for taking an active part in this event. By all means, we will, just as soon as we receive the recording, we will prepare the collection of your presentations. Traditionally, it is prepared in 3 languages: English, Arabic, and Russian. In the documents that you received today, you can find the collection of presentations that were recorded in Kazan on the 16th of May. You can find your presentations published there, and we will prepare a similar collection regarding this meeting very soon. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sheikh, for the invitation to Senegal to conduct the regular meeting. We have several proposals, and we discussed this issue with our chair and early this year, when in the beginning of next year, when we plan our work for subsequent years, we will make a decision, and we will agree it with you where to conduct our field meetings.
If I'm going to summarize and have the closing word on today's event tomorrow at the university, we will very briefly cover what are the key events, what are the priorities of the group will be for the next year. That's why, if you do not have any further comments, if there are no other persons wishing to speak up, with your consent, I would like to wrap up today's session. Thank you very much for your work.